Hello. Hello, everyone. Thank you, AV-Link, for the 10 months. That was a few hours ago, so you may not be here, but thank you. Happy Women's Day, by the way. Happy Women's Day, happy International Women's Day to all the lovely, beautiful women out there. Blacksmith, how's it going? Santi, Sarah, Bea, Trish. Ready to see if Krola mood? We'll see. Wolfman, Elijah, Nora. How's it going? Callus, MK. It is Wednesday, dear chat. How's it going? Soul Samurai, Zenon. Gart. NL, how's it going? Diego. Weaver, this is the first top 100 stream I've caught live. I wonder if I should wait till I see the VODs for the others. Up to you. Up to you. At the beginning of these, because each list takes 2 streams, so I'm gonna quickly remind people about what the list was so far. Up to you. How's it going, Weaver? No worries, Ron. Please take care of yourself. Hope you're doing well. These days are, like, streamed, or, top 100 days are very light on the modding, so no pressure. Please take care of yourself. Kilo shirt? I'm a woman, you are indeed. Happy Women's Day. Celestica, how are you? I hope the list has been updated. It has, yeah. Definitely my favorite gender. JJ, Vic, how's it going? Home stage? Women are alright. Bets are gonna be insane. The first one's gonna be a bet. Power Flare, Sulfiner, welcome in. Welcome into the top 100 virgins. Welcome in. I hope you enjoy. They're very chill streams. They're very just do whatever, talk about whatever, as we go through a list. Hope everyone's had a great week so far. Tommy Strong, finally a breath of fresh air here. I can catch your stream. Enjoy your breath. Busy day, I guess. Welcome in, Tommy Strong. Zenkai. Oh, MK, you started Arcane? Oh, man. Oh, man. How far in are you? One of my favorite stories in general. Cool. Sounds good, Weaver. Thorfinn at 39 now? I had to raise him. I rose him like 5 spots after that episode. Today is the day to end all days. We'll see. There are some takes. I have some takes. AJ misogyny? No. Oh, no. Oh, wow. Look at this. Look at this mod togetherness. Beautiful. Thank you, Sarah, for gifting a sub to Trish. Enjoy your sub, Trish. Don't you love the beautiful mod togetherness? A lot of times I see mods at their throats, but once in a while, they can be friends. It's beautiful. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Sarah, for gifting a sub to Trish. Foxy, god damn it, Sulfiner, you ruined it. Me and Trish friends? Never. Misogyny, definitely my favorite antagonist. How's it going, Zenkai? Buggy D Clown. You know, I could see, not this list, but because I don't really know how to classify Buggy as a character yet. He's weird. He was, I guess he's technically an antagonist, but like he's been so far, he just hasn't had antagonistic energy for me overall in the story, so I wouldn't put him in this list, but in 2024, if we do the list again, we could see. Jester? I wouldn't say Buggy's a jester, no. He's got the visuals for it. How's it going, antagonist? But he plays a different role. Thank you, Bea, for the 100 bits. Thank you very much. Sorry, let me just bring it up so I can read it. How's it going, Ahmed? Gilgamesh, Krollo, top 2 for me. Expecting them to be in your top 20s. Oh, we'll see. We'll see. They were both high last time. Thank you for the 100 bits, Bea. I don't believe I said that I don't... I don't have any reasoning because I don't disagree that they could be a couple, Bea. There's nothing. I don't really have a response to that because I don't disagree. Like, I have nothing against that interpretation whatsoever. Thanks for the 100 bits. Hope you guys are doing well. I guess we could start. Hold on. I hope... Let me just make sure I'm not going to accidentally spoil anything. Perfect. Okay, so here where we left off last time. Here's where we left off. Perfect antagonist. Also, D. Greyman. I had to add it. I forgot to. I had it on my to-do list, but I forgot to add it. So D. Greyman... I'm doing it right now. Add to my list. There we go. Plan to read. Okay. So this is where we're at. Those are the honorable mentions that are on screen right now. Then we got here, just really quickly, just to quickly recap. Exactly. No, I definitely did not say that, Bea. I definitely didn't say that. I might have said along the lines of, like, I never bought into it as strongly as most people, but, like, I see it, for sure. But I definitely didn't say that. Buggy's the protagonist of his own adventure that happens to be in the same setting as Luffy. That's exactly why. Parallel journeys. One nice thing about Bondrewd Made in the Abyss, I think he's a really interesting personification of both the horrors and dark beauty of discovery, just taken to an extreme that is just so wrong and backwards that really helps to substantiate the type of horrible setting it is. To me, he's the best written character in Made in Abyss, Soul Samurai. Xenos made it. Top 5 Greatest Attorney stream moments? Oh my gosh. So we're going to scroll up. This is tier 6. Okay, well, definitely, like, you know when we listen to the song together, and the song, the partners with the tap dancing, and the whole reveal with Eugen, all that whole stuff, that's definitely there. Another one there is when Herlock got punched. That's definitely there. Hey, Kylov, how's it going? Welcome in, Kylov. What else? I think the final, just the culmination of Case 3 and understanding what, for me personally, just because of the story content, all about Enoch and all that stuff, that's probably up there as well. The pegging stream, let's add that. That was genuinely hilarious. That was the beginning of one of the streams. And okay, yeah, the BDSM sex. There we go. Those are the 5. Okay, and then last tier we did. This is where we ended off last time. We'll see, Sarah. We'll see. Crollo getting the Gauntry Mimi things, and that's kind of crazy because he was already, what, top 5 last year? I'm not sure. You can check. You can check. Old top 100? He was, like, I believe 5. But maybe 4. I think he was 4. Oh, no. 4 or 5. 4 or 5, one of the two. Did any One Piece antagonists find themselves on the list? Baron Omatsuri. He's an honorable mention. Kay making that pegging edit, it was amazing, antagonist. Okay, let's start with a bet right away. He was 5? Perfect. Yeah. So we'll see where he is this time. You having Toji this high makes me wonder if there's going to be any JJK antagonists on here, but I'm happy enough with Toji. Well, let's just get into the next bet. Deta note. Hello, Hannah. So that's the next bet. I love Dead to Note. Geto or Kenjaku? Let's just get that going right now. You're voting for the lower one. Yeah, this is the bet. It's perfect timing, Trish. Which is number 54. So we'll just get that going right now. As people are still, as we're still vibing. Oh yes, so yes, Hannah, to explain the pegging video, pegging edit, Kay from chat, given the lore with regards to the pegging stream and how I applied it to Van Zeek's, made a huge edit and voice acted Van Zeek saying a lot of the things the guy said in the video. It was an amazing lore moment for Great Ace Attorney and these streams, and that was an iconic, that was a transcendent moment. Also, AG, sorry if this has been announced somewhere, but is there a One Piece stream redeemed for this Friday? There's a One Piece stream redeemed, but it's next Friday. It's next Friday. I'll update on Discord as always, but it's gonna be next Friday. Yeah, Hannah's top one, the boy. I'm only doing a small vote. Perfect. Hey, Lamp, how are you? Hope you're doing very well. Okay. Finished? Wow, look at this split. 53% say, or 52% say L. 48% say Geto. Beautiful split. The answer is L. L is lower. So this is how it shakes up. Take that, L. Hell yeah, but my points, well, you win either way, right? Can't wait to see where Andrew Ryan was, or is. He was pretty high up, he was pretty high up last time. So L, just the exact sort of antagonist Death Note needs. He lowered a bit, -7, but not for any reason, really. The perfect, thrilling, at times, many times throughout, tinges of romantic notes, rival to light, while also being that monster, like his monster speeches in peak fiction. I don't know. They just hit different. He's just exactly the type of antagonist Death Note needs to make the time in which he's on screen in the story really engaging, as well as portraying the theme that is the core element of humanity that Death Note is lamenting, which I think is really great. Kenjaku and Geto, I won't overly spoil anything for JJK, but I think maybe the most emotional concept, or emotional and striking concept for a character that's really communicated in a really genuine way. Geto's dynamic with Gojo is one of the best in the series, if not the best. I think it might be the best. And just the nature of the situation of the antagonist, if you know, you know, is just very, very striking to me. Very resonant. One of the best characters in JJK. I think my third favorite. How's it going, Dave? I'm doing great. Played a bit of Disco Elysium and excited for you to start it. Hope the stream's going well. It's going great. Early in, but we're chilling. Glad to hear that, Lamb. I'm so excited for Disco Elysium. I'm so excited. Death Note's a great gateway anime. It was one of mine. Geto, my love, my baby girl, my insane little scrunkle, foolish idiot. Wow, good job. You got 53. Maybe rising. Maybe rising. Maybe with the anime. Honestly, with the anime, it could easily rise. The gays battled it out. Hey, Pedrolito. Hey, Gokopa. Yes, Kenjaku, very high. I was very glad to have it. Yeah, Disco Elysium's next week, next Monday. We're starting it. I'm so excited. I have no clue what the game's about. No clue whatsoever. I reread JJK, and after that, it became one of my favorite shonen. It took time for me, but holy shit. I'm telling you, once you get into that season 2 material, it just hits different. For me, JJK, season 1, it was a very good shonen that I enjoy, but it didn't really strike deep for me. That changed after season 1. It's great. It's wonderful. Disco Elysium's very AJ core. Ooh, I can't wait. How's Persona 3 FES going? Good. I'm in mid-August. Oh, I'm sorry, Dave. Please heal up. What do you get when you spell Yagami backwards? Imagai. Is Fata Morgana worth it? It's one of my favorite stories, so you know my answer. Shibuya, yep. Hidden Inventory, yep. Shibuya's my favorite arc in JJK, but honestly, without Hidden Inventory, it would not hit nearly as hard. I thought I was doing bad in my in my Disco Elysium playthrough, but according to Go, I'm doing good. Oh my god, you can do badly? Shit, I'm gonna be doing badly. Next, in the meantime, is another new addition. Logan Roy from Succession. Amazing character. Ghetto really that good? As I always say, I'm not lying. Like, these lists are completely honest, so... yeah. Yup. Doing badly in Disco Elysium is doing good? Okay, good. I'm a guy on International Women's Day? Logan's this high? That's shocking? Why? Why? He's an amazing character. He's phenomenal. Remember when I said you just had to stick with Succession and power through? It gets pretty dang good. Yeah, and honestly, I think if I were to rewatch Season 1 with context and connection to the characters, I'd enjoy it a lot more than I did at first. Do you think Shigaraki from My Hero Academia has heard a lot from the final arc? I think Shigaraki's heard a lot from me not caring about My Hero Academia anymore. But to answer the question properly, yes, I would say so. Season 4 is the last season, yes. So Logan Roy is brilliantly played by, is Succession really that good? You keep asking this. I'm not lying. Or this keeps getting asked. I'm not lying. I don't know how to answer these questions. Yes. I really like it. I like all these things that I say I like. Yeah, it's that good. It's good. Well, Succession is, well, we can talk about it when we get to the top 100 stories, but Logan Roy in particular, brilliantly played by Brian Cox, and I think AJ, I think you're lying for clout. I am a serial liar. This is true. And there's lots of really interesting subtext. At first, you can think of Logan Roy as just this tyrannical, horrible father who is just really maniacal and just a horrible person that's tons of fun to follow because of the way in which he tortures the cast, his children, whatever. But you can also look deeper into the subtext about the things he says. For example, in the series, he says something like, along the lines of, like, he alludes to the fact that you need to fight things out. You will become a better person and happy through winning and coming out on top in these horrible, horrible fights and conflicts that may traumatize you, but you'll be better for it. And the implication there is that that's how he's grown up. That's what he, very much sins of the father, that's what he grew up with, that's what he learned. And so that's what he imparts on his children. And I think his relationship with them is a very bizarre sort of twisted love that I think is just absolutely wonderfully captured. I can't wait to see how Succession ends. Hey, Scarlet Kurta. I don't like A Song of Ice and Fire. I despise it. Beerly Damon, thank you for the follow. What's the character writing in Succession like? I don't know. I'm sponsored by Succession producers. very subtextual, like I said. I think with the character writing in Succession, it's very dualistic. As in, you can be entertained by it on a shallow level, but I think if you have to really kind of reflect on their emotional circumstances to really get the most you can out of the character writing. And that's a very generic thing that can be applied to a lot of things, but off the cuff, that's what I got. Yeah, his dynamic with Kendall is wonderful. I think I said hi already, Scarlet Kurta. He gets a lot of characterization through his children and the way they interact with each other because you can tell how he brought them up. Yes, for example, I don't think this is a huge spoiler, but I'm going to say something that happened. He hits Roman. He hits one of his sons. And immediately, the inclination of Kendall is to defend him right away, almost like it's an impulse, almost like it's been built in. And that really helps you through those little details. You understand what the routine was like, how they grew up, that sort of, like I said, familial tyranny and fear he imposed on them. And for example, he dangles in front of Shiv. He dangles. He says that you're going to, like, he offers her this position, this power, and she literally cannot tell if he's playing with her feelings. She's like, is this real? Is this real? Because she's so not used to him being genuine, and she's so used to him throwing out fake, like, false promise, manipulation. Hey Kaigu, how are you? Thoughts on Logan and Tom's relationship? Not one of the most rich ones, but I'm the most interested in it I've been, for obvious reasons, after the end of Season 3. I'm predicting Askeladd in the top 10. Very long time YouTube sub. Very good prediction, and welcome in. Welcome in. Hope you've been enjoying. Thank you. Having not watched Succession, wow, Umi and Echo parallels? Very much so. Very much so. Almost like Kendall has done it before and practiced how to confront him. Yes, it was instinctual. Yeah, the brothers are not very close at that moment, but nonetheless, Kendall steps up and says, "Don't you dare touch him." It's really interesting. Medo top 100? We'll see. We'll see. Next, one of my favorite video game antagonists, Zant, Twilight Princess. I've talked about this guy all over the place. I talked about him a lot last year's list. I have a video on Twilight Princess where I discuss why I think he's amazing. But he may be actually, yeah, he is my favorite Zelda antagonist. Just ahead of Ganondorf. It's very close between them. Ganondorf, I think, is more iconic and spanning of the series, and probably if you really look at them, better written for the whole mythos of the series. But Zant hits a bit deeper. Zant's a bit more AJ core on a subjective level. He ticks a lot of the boxes that I really, really enjoy. Doesn't this mean he went down technically with the new additions? No, it means he went up. Vati's pretty good. Yep. Zant is the biggest pathetic loser in the world, and that's why I love him. I thought you said Sans. Let me know if Zant and Ganondorf are comparable, like Egil and Zons. Oh, I see what you mean, Andres. I think Ganondorf's better than Zonza, but yeah, I have similar vibes between the two of them. So yeah, my top 3 Zelda antagonists are Zant, Ganondorf, and Majora / Skull Kid. Next, we have... Yeah, he's complete... It's such a front. It's amazing, Ramuki. It's absolutely amazing. Throughout the entire game, he has this front of menace and threat and oppressive power, and it's all a lie. I adore it. Kong Wenge, Ping Pong the Animation. My either first or second favorite character in Ping Pong. Me too, Ramuki. He terrified me. Is this hell? Andres has been watching it last night at least, and I went, very timely. Is this hell? The one shot of Kong looking up at the plane going away, is just wow. It's so rent-free. I can't even begin to describe how much I've thought about that panel, or that shot. It's very hard, Gokopa. Is the other one Peiko? Yeah, Peiko and Kong are my top two. Yeah. He's so beautifully established. I totally agree, Andres. Within a few seconds of him being established, he's awesome. Is this hell? Why did I come here? Why, I can't believe I have to subject myself to this. And his growth and progression is, he goes through the most change, I think, in the story, and that doesn't make him inherently better, but it is exactly what he needed. His growth and development and progression is so wonderful, and just from the start, he's amazing. Yeah, Tywin is quite high up. Once you're getting into the 60s, 50s, these are strong favorites. When he's talking with his coach, yes, Diego, exactly. Exactly the one I have in mind when I hear his name. Yeah. That just, I think of Kong, I think of that shot. Hey Joshua, welcome in. Is the Ping Pong anime a finished story? Yes. Yes. It's completely finished. Would recommend, if you love sports stories, especially ones that focus on realism. If you like balls to the wall, Dragon Ball Z-esque sports anime, like Kuroko no Basuke or Blue Lock, you're not gonna get that here. But on the other end of the spectrum, if you're interested in something that's very grounded, Ping Pong is amazing. Hey Sultan, I'm doing wonderful. How are you? And hello, Kaine. I'm doing great. Thank you, guys. Welcome in. The metaphor, the visuals. Next we have... I don't want to do another bet so quickly, but I could have done a bet for this one. Yeah, DBZ, it was the comparison to, Kuroko no Basuke. Oh, well, Mendel, I didn't say too much about L, but a lot of my thoughts on L are in my videos on Death Note, so which is why I didn't really say too much. Basically, he's exactly what Death Note needed him to be. Welcome in. Kimblee, the Jester of Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood, the choir, excuse me, the one who reflects the morality, the hypocrisies of other characters back on them, while not being championed as this genius who is morally correct by doing so, while also being a genuine sadistic psychopath. He's just so interesting, and there are a deceptive amount of layers added to him. Your Kimblee video is so good. Thank you. Yeah, I haven't rewatched that in a while, but I think I'm still quite proud of it. A Jester, you say? FMA in general had a small lift, it seems? Maybe. I've been Film Buff, a reactor, is watching it, and so I'm rewatching it through his reactions, and I pretty much feel the same about it as I did before. I think it starts off, the first third I think is very strong. I think it slows down at Briggs in terms of pacing, but also it gets a bit ponderous. And then the last third, it's really good, so we'll see how it goes. The King of Jesters, such a satisfying character because he never betrays his nature till the end. He's wonderful, and the tip of the hat at the end, true to how he always was, right? That's such a Kimblee moment. From start to finish, he is unapologetically Kimblee. He's wonderful. I have a video on him if you haven't seen it. where I go into more detail about why I think he's one of the best characters in FMA. Next, we were just talking about DBZ sport stuff. Aomine Daiki Kuroko no Basuke. The best character in Kuroko no Basuke for me. Junichi Suabe, one of his best roles. And his strong heart theme. I love so much, Nora, that we were able to put finish Great Ace Attorney for these and put these songs in the playlist because they hit so well. Kimberly or Edward, you could redeem, and I'll answer. I love the idea of the little scene where he's in Pride and just takes him over. It seems so random, but it sticks super hard. Yeah, and then coalescing, or like culminating, excuse me, with his goodbye. It's wonderful. Aomine Daiki, the most Togashi-like character in Kuroko no Basuke. If you parallel Aomine's journey with some lines from Netedo and Hunter x Hunter, you can see so easily that Togashi had input, because Togashi was like had an advisory role for Kuroko no Basuke, and you can see his influence in a lot of sort of thematic things, but this character in particular... This character in particular, Aomine Daiki, is such a Togashi character. Like I said, like he is modeled after... He has so many parallels with Netedo. I'm not joking. Anyone who's watched Kuroko no Basuke and Hunter x Hunter, please back me up. But a lot of people are saying I gotta continue it, so maybe there aren't any. He reminds me of Toguro too. Yeah, I can see that. I see the vision. There's a literal line. There's an actual line that is one for one, almost verbatim, repeated from a line from Netedo in the Chimera Antarch that Aomine says. I agree. Good. Nice. Good. I'm not crazy. No, like, Togashi was an advisor for Kuroko no Basuke's writer. And you can see it so much in this, this character. You are crazy, but that's unrelated. True. Thank you, Y-Wing, for the 100 bits. I love Kimberly so much. His end is perfect, and it reminds me of one of my top One Piece antagonists, Lucci. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I get what you mean. Style, power, cruelty, but also being transparent about it. Very cool. I never made that comparison, but I see it. Aokudo Dynamic, which tier? If you redeem, I'll tell you. Welcome in, Ryokyu, excuse me. How does no one ever mention that? I don't know. He wasn't an editor. I don't think he was an editor, but he, like, helped supervise or was a mentor or an advisor, some sort of role like that. What is the line? Well, I don't want to spoil it now, because a lot of people here haven't seen it. But it has to do with... The line from Netedo is, since when did I stop... You know, I don't remember the exact wording, but the line from Netedo that is in Kuroko no Basuke is, since when did I stop having the grace when I defeated my opponents? Whatever that line was. Hey, Offie, how's it going? I love how Aomine accepts others' visions of the sport and doesn't dismiss other approaches. It's not a very necessary aspect of his arc, but it's so compelling and it drives a lot of dynamics with Kisei and Kuroko. Yes, I was thinking specifically of Kuroko. Definitely. Hey, Fear Lucario. You missed a little over half an hour. We only did 7 characters. The Challenger, yeah. Sports Boy next to War Criminals, as it should be. Those are antagonist lists. I would never have it any other way. Togashi was the editor. Okay, so he was the editor. Okay, I thought it was an advisor. But yeah, either way, he had significant influence on Kuroko no Basuke. Yeah, that's it. Celix has got it. When was it that I stopped hesitating to be gracious? So that line, the Kuroko no Basuke, there's a literal Kuroko no Basuke version of that line and sort of that whole sequence. The flashback sequence that Netedo has there, that's literally in Kuroko no Basuke. Why are most of the protagonists, the characters in the lists, Anime? Do you think the medium is just better at creating characters? I don't think so. I just think I've watched tons, like the majority of media I've consumed in the past years, in the past 7 or 8 years, which is the stuff that's most rent free in my mind, is anime or video games. And video games tend to be longer than anime, which is why there are less characters. Aomine and Kuroko dynamic is the heart of yeah, I think Aomine and Kuroko is my favorite dynamic in Kuroko no Basuke. Yes, very meritocratic, Pedrolito. Are you ready to put Junpei on this antagonist list? One day soon. Are there any One Piece villains on the list? Yes. Baron Omatsuri is an honorable mention. It can be a manga, Chaos. When and how do you create specific emotes for your channel? When? Just whenever I feel like it. And how? Using image editing software. Zant is amazing, Dog Ninja. Welcome in. Was Utsuro on the list? Utsuro is not on the list. But we had Takasugi, 56. We had Isaburo, 78. And we had Jidocho. We had a few more in the honorable mentions as well. There you go. Beautiful line, Blacksmith. I gotta read Slam Dunk. Have you played Yakuza? No, but I will play it on stream blind. I'll play it on stream blind sometime this year. Yeah, Utsuro's fine. Utsuro's fine. He does what he needs to do, but he never really struck me a ton, really. Next, Sengoku Nadeko. Little tiny bit of a drop from the Monogatari series. One of my favorites, top 5 or 6, and the core component of one of the most interesting sequences of arcs in the whole series. Really keeps you guessing, does really cool things with unreliable narrators. The psychology and the core of the character is very relatable on quite a deep level for a lot of people, and I think it resonates with me quite a lot. Nadeko is one of the reasons why second season of Monogatari is my favorite. It would probably be my favorite. Gun to my head, I'd probably pick it. And without her, it wouldn't be. Which Yakuza zo? Zero. Then number 46, going along this the same series, Ogi Oshino, just ahead of Nadeko. I've been, Oshino or Ogi dropped 2 spots, like it says right there, but my appreciation for Ogi has grown a lot. I really appreciate them as a character. I think they're structurally so interesting for what they represent. The symbolism, it's really, really cool. And they just play a great role in the plot through their introduction and how they keep you engaged through. You're wondering, what are their motives? What is their role? They keep you guessing. What the hell are they doing here? And then when you understand what they represent, it hits so hard. Some of my favorite Araragi stuff is dependent on both Ogi and Shinobu. Like, Araragi, I honestly... A lot of the reasons why I think he's a great character is because of his dynamics with these 2 characters. Specifically, like, the stuff with Ogi is out of this world. Yeah, exactly, Dave. Totally agree. The last episode of Zoku, so good. Honestly, give it a try, Dark Kebabs. If you're okay knowing its reputation and what some of the things you're getting into, I really don't think... I think that part of it is overplayed. I don't think... It is meta. It does a lot of meta things, but even if you don't buy into those or care about that, there's still a lot there. I'd give it a try. Do you take emote requests? No. But if someone just mentions one and I think it's a good idea, then I'd go with it. I feel like I could only watch Monogatari with AJ explaining every episode to me. I'm by no means a Monogatari expert, but I am a huge fan of it, which I can't say I was 4 or 5 years ago. The rewatch hit. Ogi and Shinobu are the best Monogatari characters. For me, it's Shinobu. She's the best. I adore her. She's in. We always talk about my absolute top tier of characters, like my top 20. Shinobu's in it. Then Kaiki, and then Ogi might be third. Maybe Hanekawa. Oh, it's so good, Dave. Are you familiar with Mushoku Tensei's reputation? Yeah. Would you recommend others keep lists like this of their own? Oh, I don't know. Everyone's different. Everyone's different, right? If it looks like something you think would be fun for you, then yeah. But I mean, some people hate lists. Some people think they're reductive and wouldn't like to do them. And that's fair too. We need to see the full list one day. Sounds good, Thomas. Good luck with the assignment. What's the best Monogatari thing? Shinobu. Shinobu and Araragi's relationship. There we go. Elijah mentioned this earlier. Andrew Ryan BioShock has gone up 1 spot. One of the foremost examples I think of. Oh, you've made 5 top 100 lists? Holy shit. Holy shit. One of them was Dynamics. I know because you mentioned that, or I think I saw it or something, and I just thought I wouldn't be able to do that. So you did these 3, maybe Deuteragonist too. Trish is built different. Hey, Quicksilver. You too. Schoolwork, my detested. You did, Quicksilver. Welcome in. So let me read what Dave is saying, because that might just say what I wanted to say and do the work for me. I love how Rapture's an extension of Andrew Ryan's character depth. It's so peak. A slave obeys, a man chooses. Changed gaming tiers. Oh, change game. Oh, sorry. I'm reading the tone all wrong. I know Fontaine's in the honorable mentions, but I love his boogeyman type of atmosphere in the first half, and while it's lost in the last quarter, I do think him casting aside Rapture, yeah, I think so as well. Andrew Ryan is essential to all the themes of the game, and something about BioShock that I think, I don't know if this is a prevailing opinion or not, but BioShock is, I talked about this in one of my previous streams, I don't think it's a critique of capitalism itself as much as humanity in the capitalism or objectivism as much as humanity applying their extreme motivations to capitalism or objectivism and seeing what happens, and how brittle ideals can be when you're trying to be self-preserving, because Andrew Ryan is a total hypocrite throughout the game, and it's so cool to see him devolve in that way, go against everything he stood for just to keep his empire thriving. Yeah, he was revolutionary. BioShock was revolutionary. And then here we got... Are you finishing the list today? Yes. Erika Furudo. Oh, we'll do a bet to start the next tier as well. The next one's good. My future top 1, the Rat, my Rat Queen. If you're looking in Umineko for a thematic antithesis, look no further than Erika. She is despicable, disgusting, horrible, gross in some ways, beautifully voice acted, and she does all these things while being such a great rival in terms of like mind games, right? But she does all these great mechanical things. Like the second half of Umineko would not be would not be anywhere near as powerful thematically as it is without her. But at the same time, cohesively linked in with her role in that way, are these just despicable, antagonistic, villainous character traits that I think make her so fun. I love unlikable characters, if you can't tell. She is amazing. People who like Beatrice versus people who like Erica, I hate her. Yeah. Yep. Erica's wonderful. The greatest duct tape user. Thank you, Toss J. Thank you very much. Wow, for the more than a year, for the 13 months. Thank you so much for the consistent support, Toss J. I really appreciate it. Hope you continue to enjoy, and thank you for your support. Really appreciate it. The sequence in episode 6 with Delanor, yes, that is honestly just that scene alone, Salix, really elevates her, because I think there had to be a core reason for why she was the way she was, for her to really, it wasn't required for her to be a great character, but for her to be like borderline masterful, I wanted some sort of core heart or emotion, just a tinge of it, and that was perfect. Just a splash, just to understand where it comes from. That was all we needed. Wonderful detail. I don't think Shaw is in chat. Shocking from Twitter. But I remember specifically as she was going through the story, that scene in itself sold Erica to her. One day off. You've got some long journeys ahead of you, as do I, of course. Persona 3. I don't know how long Disco Elysium is, but Final Fantasy 14, Final Fantasy 16, Final Fantasy 7 Rebirth, Octopath Traveler 2. Oh my gosh. Speaking of Rat, I wonder if or when we'll see Pariston here. When indeed. I agree, NL. Her dynamic with Delanor, it came out of nowhere, but I'm like, yeah, I dig it. Umineko's voice acting is crazy good. That one sequence in episode 6 where she just, it's unbelievable. Erica's one of the best voice acted characters. Where is Arlong? I don't know. Where is he? Where is he? Maybe doing Fishman stuff? I'm not sure. I have a feeling Umineko will be my favorite piece of fiction once I get to it, so I'm waiting to get to it. The timing has to be right. You have to be ready for the commitment. Thank you for the follow. Okay, next bet. This will be fun. This one's fun. Ilumi Zoldyck from Hunter x Hunter or Neferpito from Hunter x Hunter. This may be easy for some, may be hard for others. Whoa, crap. I almost raided someone. Jesus. Okay, let's start this. Which one is number 43? Ilumi or Pito? Which is number 43? I've decided to abstain from bets. Why is that? I'm evil? I know. Seems easy to me, can't wait to be wrong. We shall see. $15K Pedrolito did? Oh my gosh. Which one did you vote on? Oh, you voted on Pito being lower? I see. Maybe if I just stop using channel points altogether, I can amass 100k by the next... Maybe? I don't know what you'd do it for. Or what you'd use it for, but... AJ, top 1 antagonist. I am. My power is bets. Oh, look at that! Look at that! The Naruto stream goal is done. It's official. We're reading the first 10, 12 chapters of Naruto on stream. The first one. Now we wait. That'll happen. I imagine once the top 100 lists are done, I might do a stream for Naruto, a stream for Bleach. If that gets this stream, no. It'll be later. It'll be later. Well, if Bleach gets fulfilled, we'll do that as well. Trash Town. I already watched Vinland Saga. I watched it Monday. I put that in the Discord. Welcome in, Jaws. Your streams are going to be shackled to the big three for so long? No, they won't. I don't like it. I don't like it being phrased that way at all. It's only going to be 1 or 2 out of 3 or 4 streams a week. There's so many other things we do as well. Like we have Final Fantasy 14 on occasion. We have a game every time. There are always at least 2 streams, so there's always at least multiple hours dedicated to other things as well. Can you show the list? You can go back in the VOD. I showed it earlier. Okay. So the answer for this one is... What are the... Wait, how do the votes shake out? 63% say Pito is lower, 37% say Ilumi is lower. The answer is... Pito. Yeah, also what Trashtown says is true. If I read the first 10 chapters of Naruto or Bleach and I'm just like, nah, I'm not interested, I'm not going to continue. As is the case with, like, if I hate Disco Elysium for 1 or 2 streams, I won't continue with it. Is there a frontrunner for what you're playing after Disco Elysium? Yakuza 0 or Outer Wilds, one of the 2. I watched Naruto in middle school. I might have loved it, but now I'm in college and have no attention span or tolerance for misogyny. Oh. No, Hannah. Who would you have voted? Ilumi or Pito? Ilumi is outside of... outside of Crollo, Ilumi is the most subtextually brilliant character. Like the character most dependent on reflection, on the little details, the tiny details. And I think I've been really delving into them over the past year quite a lot. And the streams really helped as well. We did these Hunter x Hunter streams. Those really helped for increasing my appreciation for him. He made quite a jump. Pito, haven't really changed my feelings on Pito. Just that's how it worked out. Ilumi's now higher. Not because I like Pito any less, but because I love Ilumi quite a bit more than I used to. Pito, very nice. The Zoldyck family dynamic is amazing. Meruem is an antagonist. Sell me on Ilumi in 5 words or less. Watch Hunter x Hunter. 41. Woods Rogers Black Sails. The so if you guys have seen Cutler Beckett from Pirates of the Caribbean, I don't mean to dismiss Cutler Beckett as a character, but but he kind of plays the same thematic role that Cutler Beckett does, but just takes it in so many more interesting directions. He is a brilliant foil for the protagonist, Captain Flint, while also being a representation of civilization, and yet through his monstrosity, really, really showing what civilization really is at its core, and the thin line between civilization and just complete anarchy and chaos. He's an awesome character. Wait a minute, is Xenos going to be on this list? Xenos already is on this list. Do you see any comparisons in Black Sails to One Piece at all? No, not at all. Aside from piracy. So, Flint. Glad you enjoyed it, Jaws. They both have Blackbeard. That's true. That's very true. Next. Peter Baelish, Littlefinger. We have the consistent A Song of Ice and Fire drop as we've been having throughout these lists. Not an indictment, just I've been away from the series. Amazing character regardless. His dynamic with Varys is great. He has one of the best moments in A Storm of Swords. I think he's adapted well in the show. A little bit different, but nothing that takes away from him. Thank you for the follow, Lavender Phantom. Yeah, this man is the Rat Man. He is better in the books. He is better in the books. I thought he was fine. I thought he was decent and solid in the show. I do think he's better in the books, but I can't say I've ever had any problems with him in the show. What's his best moment in A Song of Ice and A Storm of Swords? Only Cat. I would say every character except Bronn is better in the books. Not Tywin. Tywin's better in the show. His dynamic with Sansa is really interesting too, yes. Varys and Sansa are the two main ones that I find really, really captivating. And creepy, yes. That's part of why it's captivating. No, Andres? No? Gendry is fine in both of them. Maybe a bit better in the show? I don't know. He's fine in both. He's fine in both. Let us bet. You just bet! You just bet! You guys are fiending for bets. Number 39, Flock Forrester. No change, no shift here. Which is actually upward momentum. I've seen it, Ron. I don't remember anything about Godfather, though. I've seen it. I can't remember anything, so I wouldn't be able to answer. Have you read the book House of the Dragon based on? Not in entirety. He is inevitable. He is Drongeldian. He just consistently goes from strength to strength. The adaptation strengthens him a lot. I've said everything I can about Flock. He's one of the best characters in Attack on Titan. Beautifully human, yet so mechanically and functionally sound. Beautiful perversion of Erwin's ideals and what he stands for. Great figurehead for the perspective, like lots of political elements associated with his character, but great figurehead for the perspective of the Jaegerists and how that sort of comes about. He's just wonderful in every way. And he's hilarious. He's very funny. My favorite sports are football and basketball. Football being soccer. One of the best dynamics in the series, him and Jean, agreed. Him and Erwin is low-key amazing. That damn smile. Hey, Scully, how are you? Then in 38, him and Hanji? I wouldn't say it's quite as good as the other two we mentioned, but yeah, I don't know. I can't say I've ever thought of him and Hanji as a huge dynamic, apart from being contrasting in what they stand for, I guess. If you had to put Gabby in a tier, which one would she land in? 4 or 5? 5 maybe? I think 5. I think 5. Also, his name literally meaning someone who lives in a forest or works in a... Excuse me. Really? I had no idea. That's genius. Flock literally means someone who works in a forest. That is crazy. That is so cool. No, Crazy Logan, but you can always check my anime list for questions like that if you're ever interested, but no, to answer your question, no. Gaunter O'Dim, number 38. One of the best characters in The Witcher 3, very, classically mysterious and... Like, there are so many things I don't know about Gaunter, but what's clear is that, like, is he literally like God? Is he Satan? Is he just a random wandering sicko with powers that likes to fool around with humanity? Is he, like, the very Faustian themes associated with him just spark the imagination and make him very interesting and yet terrifying? And yet, kind of horrifying in the classic ways I think of ghost stories as a kid. Gaunter O'Dim's really, really interesting. Have you read Faust? A long time. I read enough Faust to understand the parallels, the Crossroads Demon, those deals, the slippery slope nature of those deals. But it was so long ago, and I was forced to do it because of school, so I don't remember it much. Gaunter stares the living shit out of me. He's awesome. Him and Olgierd are so essential to... Obviously, they're the two primary characters, but nonetheless, they're essential to Hearts of Stone. Hearts of Stone is a masterpiece, and it's because of them. I heard he's the Bill Cipher of The Witcher. I don't know who Bill Cipher is, so I couldn't say. Love the video game representation. I'm glad too. I'm glad it's not too anime centric. And speaking of video game representation, oh, Gravity Falls? Yeah, never seen it. Speaking of representation for video games, we have Sebastian and number 37, Kuja. Hearts of Stone versus Blood and Wine. Hearts of Stone. Both are amazing, but Hearts of Stone. Thank you, Sebastian. Thank you, Sebastian, for the 14 months. Thank you so much for being here since the very beginning and supporting. Thank you very, very much, my friend. Do you consider Amori's antagonist in this list? I don't think there's an antagonist in Amori. And I can understand how people do. Personally, I think that folds in on itself and becomes integrative with the... You know what I mean. Yeah, it's hard to categorize it, and I think it's integrative with the character himself, you know? Your video on Final Fantasy IX made me appreciate Kuja much more. I'm glad. I'm really glad, Wolfman. I'm glad. Say that character was an antagonist, what tier would it be? Well, then that would mean the character he's associated with would also be integrative into that. in which case he'd be like tier 2 or 3. Probably 2. Tier 2 on this list. Kuja, you know, lesser talked about. He's not talked about as much as Sephiroth. He's not talked about as much as Kefka. He's kind of like the forgotten, kind of forgotten in the shadow of his 2 older brothers. But nonetheless, he is right up there. I think he's comfortably, at the moment, to me, he's comfortably better than Sephiroth, because I think there's a great deal of profundity and heart associated with his character that I don't really feel in Sephiroth just yet. Sephiroth is amazing. That's not to say that every villain needs to have that heart, but for my list, for me to connect with a character, I need that core, and Kuja has it in spades. How many kittens did Kuja kick? Enough. Is Emmett Selk on this list? I have not put down Emmett Selk in this list. Kuja would hate it. He would hate it. Not to get into specifics, because I know there are a few people who haven't played 9, at the very least Andres. Wonder where Bondru would be on this list? He's an honorable mention. But the contrast and foil with Zidane in this game is absolutely wonderful, and the small differences leading Kuja into the direction he went in compared to Zidane in the direction he went in, and also some things you can grasp with Vivi. Some of the quotes towards the end of Kuja's character journey, Sebastian mentioned one earlier, are just beautiful. The last sort of the lasting impact he had on the narrative is just unbelievable. I missed Ilumi. Better late than never. Welcome in, JTD. Still plenty to go. Ilumi, look at that rise. FF9, my next journey. Dave has so many journeys, oh my gosh. You're gonna love it, though. You're gonna love it. I hope you do. I think you will. Emmett in the top 25, calling it? We'll see. Can't wait to do FF9. FF9 is special. Next, Emmett top 10, knowing how AJ has been lately. What do you mean with how I've been? With how rent-free he's been? Kikigaya wasn't in your top 100 protagonist? Oh yeah, I think he's fine. I think he's fine, but definitely not close to it. I see what you mean, Sebastian. We'll see. We'll see. If he's on this list, he's pretty high. If he is on this list. Our journey will never end. Stop. I hope you enjoy it, Sulfiner. I think everyone who's saying they're going to play it this year or very soon, whatever, I think you'll have a great time. I don't want to spoil my top 100 list, but it's on there somewhere. Hey, AG, there's a reason I am putting out the curiosity for the Dream Girl trope. Sorry, Joe Yabuki, man, I'm not sure what you're saying. Maybe rephrase? Yeah, my Hachiman video, everything I say about in my Hachiman video is absolutely still true. I just don't like Oregairu much anymore, so I don't like him. But he's still well-written for what he needs to be, for sure. Next, we have another video game representation. Magus from Chrono Trigger, my favorite Chrono Trigger character. And I think, again, this is another one, when you think of those old SNES RPGs, why don't you like Oregairu? Kinda, you can check out, I made tweets about it and stuff like that. I was just kind of disappointed with how it ended, and then retroactively it made me like the series quite a bit less. Magnus and the Gilded? So like a lot of the SNES RPGs, because of a lot of things they had to do with efficiency, with dialogue, they had to um or actually I let me know if you find anything, Kaine, because I might have thinking about it now, I might have tried to avoid talking about Ortegaidu because I try not to tweet negative things that often. But the long and short of it is what I just said. I mean that about the manic pixie dream girl trope, as I have said several times now. Joe Yabuki, man, I have no idea what that is. I have no clue what you're talking about. Regardless of how many times you've said it, I don't know what you mean. So with, like I was saying, with those SNES RPGs, they had to be very efficient with the dialogue they were saying. Lots of things that you can glean lots of meaning for. Through lots of substance, through the little details, through the tiny sentences, and they do that with FF6 a lot. They do that with FF4. They do it with Chrono Trigger too. So Magus isn't hugely elaborated upon, but the details in between the lines that you get, and sort of the imagery I get from him, the vibes, the yearning he feels, his overall motives and dream, they have struck me so deeply since I learned about them, and continue to hold my imagination, continue to evoke immense sympathy from me for him, and feelings from me for him. We waiting on Silco? Silco has not been listed. If he is listed, he's quite high up. Is Golbez raw? Yeah. Yep. Golbez is pretty raw. So you're putting Magus above Lavos? Oh, yeah. Lavos works, but Lavos is a force of nature. Is Chainsaw Man Antagonist on the list? Yep. Makima's at like 86 or something? Something like that. Makima... Yeah, 86. And what are your thoughts on Poochie from JoJo's? Cool. My favorite JoJo antagonist outside of Kira. Poochie's cool. The way he says nothing is also an extremely powerful thing. A lot of the overriding imagery I have for Magus has to do with him being very sullen, silent, and from there, you can imagine what he must be reflecting on. A lot of implication with Magus, and I love it. Absolutely, Sebastian. The one where we just, again, no words, off to continue. Chrono Trigger is so amazing. I can't believe it. No, Ron, I don't feel any. Her character hasn't been recontextualized or anything. Nothing really like that happened. I Need You on Cross? That's on the to-do list for sure. I've been going through games like mad this year so far, and if that continues, Cross is in my crosshairs. But with 16 coming out, with Rebirth eventually, more 14, we'll see how we can squeeze it in. Octopath. Kido would be my favorite antagonist, if not for JoJo spoilers. Oh? Could that be Steel Ball Run? I didn't really discuss it at length. I just kind of explained it, Ron. A lot of Makima's draw had to do with while I was experiencing the story. Now, back reflecting on it, I'm not as connected to her, but I still think she's awesome. Let's bet again. We'll bet soon. The Joker, The Dark Knight, one of my favorite movie characters. The role of a lifetime. I don't know what else to say about it. Absolutely, just there are no real words there. And also one thing I really love about. Thank you, Logan. Thank you, Logan, for the 14 months. We got 2 14-month ones in a row. Thank you so much, Logan, for the consistent support. Hope you're doing really well. Thank you, buddy. Look at me. What I love about Joker is how one of the really cool details is obviously the dynamic with Bruce Wayne with Batman is awesome. The way he is this agent of chaos in a maniacal, yes, but also very calculated way. But what I really love is the ambiguity, because he has like at least 2 or 3 different stories about how he got his scars throughout the entire movie. Depending on the situation, he changes the context of his past. And there are lots of directions you can go in that for, which I find really, really interesting. It's nice that you still keep up with JoJo's even if you're not really a fan, because Part 7's really AJ-core. I hope you come to love it as many do. Thank you, Nulio. I hope so too. Do you see Harvey Dent as an Antag? On the balance of things, not really, but I could definitely see it. AJ Joker era. With some of the takes I see these days on Twitter, you never know. Twitter's miserable lately. The Joker's in tier 3 while real Joker's in honorable mentions. So messed up. Cancel me. I'm glad, Andres, because you're also high on Gilgamesh, right? The beauty of the jester. You want to know how I make these lists? Indeed, Jasco. R.I.P. Unbelievable. Wait, Bruce Wayne is Batman? Sorry to spoil. Joker's past being multiple choice is always more interesting to me than a clear-cut answer. Me too. Me too. I love that. I hope you'll read The Killing Joke at some point. Maybe. Maybe. Are you a fan of the 2022's The Batman? Yes, I think it's great. I think it's great. Lately? Well, okay, yeah. But I think it's been really bad lately. Blacksmith. Thoughts on the new Joker? The new Joker? I don't think I have any. As of yet. We'll see. That's TBD. It's wonderful, Andres. It's beautiful structural storytelling. The one they showed in that small clip, yeah, I don't know. It's promising, but I don't really know what to make of it just yet. And also, if I'm being completely honest, who asked that? Nulio. If I'm being completely honest, I don't really remember it that well. So I couldn't really answer. I have to refresh my memory. I hope the Batman 2 isn't about the Joker. I could see them... I definitely see why you don't want it to be about it. I don't know. It depends... I don't really have any strong thoughts one way or another. Whatever they want to do, I trust it. Number 34, Burn Castell Umineko. One detail that just really sells this character for me and why she does so many of the things she does is that horrific loneliness, the sheer purgatorial boredom, the horror of eternity, and the pain of that loneliness, how it's caused her to act out in the way she does. That core element of her character, that one little detail, explains everything and makes everything substantial and meaningful and beautifully written. Burn Castell is absolutely one of the best characters in Umineko, and Umineko is one of the best casts. So, that should show how high my praise is for it. Loneliness, the pain of eternity? Yes. Yes. See you, Kylov. Have a good one. Which tier is Lambda Delta? Probably 4. Yeah, she's tons of fun, Dog Ninja. Some of the things about these Umineko characters is they are so interesting. The premise for a lot of these characters is so interesting and just makes you think and inspires the imagination and all makes sense, but also like Umineko being as long as it is, you could get bored with a series that long, and some people do. But for me, I never was, because the characters are just so consistently engaging, and seeing them interact and just talk is so much fun. Umineko is a visual novel. Crazy Logan. I love how Burn and Lambda are so evil, and yet they truly feel like immortal witches trying to fight boredom, so you can't even hate them. And I like that when all is said and done, by the end, like, they go in completely different directions with what they want to do with that boredom, which may have been a result of their experiences, maybe in their past lives, who's to say. Yeah, the alliance switching, I really love that. The way she makes a joke out of everything with a sarcastic joke is fun, but also so meaningful. It's almost like she has to, right? Burn Castell is amazing. Let's keep up. Let's keep this going. Let's keep the video game characters going. Let me just read Sebastian's. The point about getting bored with the story and how it relates to Umineko's take on eternity with regards to Beatrice's wish, and how the player relates to engage with such a long story that's pretty layered. It is. Umineko is meta in very many aspects. Sometimes I would argue sometimes it gets a bit too bold with it, but the detail about the horrific nature of eternity, the agony of that waiting, and that actually kind of deceptively integrates with the idea of finding the heart in stories, in mysteries, and the sort of painstaking nature of how difficult that can be at times, but how rewarding it can be. That integration is really key, and it relates directly to Burn Castell. What does meta mean? Metatextual, so I think that's what it's short for, means something within a story a device within a story that comments upon the story itself, that breaks the fourth wall in a way. So, for example, something metatextual would be Undertale. The game Undertale, through the narrative, it comments on the nature of what it means in a JRPG to kill enemies without even thinking, you know? Has Takasugi or any Gintama antagonist been listed? Yes. Takasugi's number 56, Isaburo's number 78, and there are 2 or 3 other Gintama antagonists in honorable mentions. How loneliness expands the feeling of time and makes it feel like eternity in Umineko is so... Yeah, and how that applies throughout Episode 6. Episode 6 is low-key amazing. Number 33. Episode 6 is kind of a masterpiece. Amen. Episode 6 is huge for me personally, because that's where I solved Umineko. So that's kind of bias, but also it's just beautifully constructed. I think the construction of episodes 5 and 6 may be the best in the series, even if other episodes are better overall. Only low-key? Okay, sorry, high-key. Have you played Fate Grand Order? No. Your friend is fighting the good fight, Dog Ninja. It was amazing, Akuma. You guys are really making Umineko seem like the best thing ever. With good reason. Umineko is voice acted, yes. Egil, Xenoblade Chronicles. If you've not played Xenoblade Chronicles, mute me right now. I'm not going to even spoil much, but arguably the best written character in the entire game. And Xenoblade Chronicles is one of my favorite games ever. Xenoblade, in a lot of ways, the plot and the themes, maybe not the overriding themes, but the more small-scale themes, remind me a lot of Attack on Titan. And the way in which perspective shifts, the more revelations of the story you get, how that affected Egil, how he contrasts with Shulk, I think it's all really wonderful. I think it's all really beautiful. I hope so, Andres, one day. Your blade did not cut deep enough. And the voice acting, same guy who plays Thancred. I forget his name. Wonderfully voice acted. There were some lines there towards the end of the game, towards the end of Egil's character journey that just, holy shit, do they hit. I feel like Umineko being a visual novel is integral to the vibe, the haziness and back and forth of layers of reality. Totally, Nora, totally. And if you integrate, if you think of the way in which the roots, what the roots mean, what they actually in universe mean, the structure of the roots in visual novel format is essential to the point of Umineko. So I wouldn't have it any other way. You can unmute, Andres. You can unmute. I'm done. What do you think of his... Oh, wait. Maybe not. What do you think of his relationship with Argless? I mean, it's very minimalistic. For what it is, it does the job. I think there are some cool, deeper elements you can grasp from it. But that's like if you really, really look into it. A simple answer would be, it does the job, it's good, it inspires emotion, it's sad, and that's basically all it needed to be. It's the foundation. Oh, me too, Dog Ninja. That's my favorite line of his, I think. And I think Shulk, my favorite line from Shulk is in response to Egil. I'm glad, Dave. I'm sure, BC. Oh, it only gets stronger over time, Sebastian. The Red Truth, yeah, exactly. The Red Truth is only it only works because of the visual novel format. Umineko could only be a visual novel. Egil Arglass and endgame spoiler parallels. Hold on. Maybe? I'm thinking of two that it could be, in which case there are definite parallels. Have you had the time to watch Edge Runners yet? Yes. I made a video about it, Burly Damon. What's the Shulk line, if you don't mind me asking? I won't say the whole thing because of spoilers, but it ends with, until we understand each other, Dog Ninja. Did we already have a One Piece antagonist? Everyone's asking that. Yes, yes we did. Baron no Matsuri. Baron no Matsuri. He's an honorable mention. It is JTD. It is. It very much is. AJ hates One Piece. Sorry, guys. I really do. And let's keep the video game antagonists rolling. Asriel Undertale. I said this after I played Undertale for the first time, a month or two after I played it. One of my favorite tropes in video games. My goat, literally. AJ might like video games? I don't know about that. I think you're reaching a little. One of my favorite tropes in storytelling in general is the fight between the protagonist and the antagonist, and the fight, through that fight, the protagonist, like, they kind of have a little bit of a dance, and through the fight, through the language of the fight, whatever it may be, the internal language of the fight, the internal narrative of the fight, the antagonist comes to understand the protagonist's point of view and kind of joyously accept it. Accept that they were through conflict, resolution through conflict, almost joyous resolution through conflict. Maybe not joyous, but satisfaction, rather than resignation. That's one of my favorite tropes, and this is the perfect example of it. That's one of them too, BC. Do you think that notion is an aspect of why you're such a big Haikyuu fan? I don't think so. I don't really get that trope from Haikyuu much. I get it from Kuroko no Basuke. But Haikyuu, for me, in Haikyuu, I don't really see it too much there. Did any Dragon Ball Z characters make the cut? I have not seen Dragon Ball Z, outside of bits of the Buu saga when I was 11 years old. Thank you for the follow, Zero. Yeah, Baron no Matsuri is from the movie. He's my favorite One Piece antagonist. But like I was saying earlier, The ambiguity of Buggy's role and how to categorize it makes that one a little weird. Oh, okay. I see what you mean, Sebastian. Yeah, that isn't really part of why I love Haikyuu. But maybe it will be now that you've said that. Oh, awesome, Zero. I was listening to the Skype review and clicked on the Twitch link, and I caught you online. I am online. Welcome in. Hope you were enjoying the Skype review. That you've got a few ahead of you still. We just uploaded Thriller Bark last week. I hope you're enjoying. Speaking of One Piece, yeah, that's my schedule. Thank you, Sarah. I stream at this time Monday, Wednesday, some Fridays, and Sunday. Speaking of One Piece, I recorded the Impel Down review yesterday, and that's the most fun I've ever had recording a One Piece video. I really hope it comes through, because that was the most fun I've ever had talking about an arc. It was awesome. For a filler villain to be mentioned is pretty impressive. Yeah, I wouldn't consider him filler. I think he is essential to the themes of the series. It's just, he isn't, I guess, part of the manga canon. Perfect. Thank you, Ron. I think Blackbeard's role is pretty nice this far. His speech in Jaya and what it represents would make him my favorite One Piece at this point in the story. I think he definitely, especially in the latest arc, was elevated. He was definitely elevated in the latest arc. Is he on my favorite characters list for One Piece? Who knows? We'll have to see in the video. But I get that for sure. He just isn't quite as good as Baron Omatsuri just yet, for me personally. Azrael's your favorite Undertale character? Yes. I can't wait to watch it. Oh, I can't wait to edit it. It was so much fun. What a banger. And then the character on this list that is the most therapeutic to me. Okay, we're going to have a bet for 29 and 30. But for 31... it's Kita. Down one. No real change, really. Let's change... oh, I wish I had the Haikyuu song on hand. Hold on. Let's see if I have it. Let me find the Kita song. He deserves it. Oh, it's coming. Here we go. Perfect. No Joyabuki, man. Sorry. I missed it. I'm so excited for Atsumu being high. You guys keep talking about these characters that are going to be in the list. You really think Atsumu is going to be high? Maybe he's not on the list. Will there be a bet soon? Like I just said, we're going to do it for 29 and 30. Would you recommend the manga or anime for Haikyuu to someone who's neutral on both mediums? Anime until Season 4 Core 1, and then manga after that. Yeah, this song is called the Mia Twins, but like this plays during Kita's moment, and there's another song coming up as well that's also Kita. Like, it's a bit sadder. We'll play that too. I forgot you when you kept tweeting Atsumid, I hate him so much. Yeah, easy to forget. Can't wait for Crollo not to be on the list and to ruin my hopes and dreams. Yeah, you guys are going to be disappointed. The rest of the list is literally just Doflamingo. I don't know what else I can say about Kita that I haven't said already before. Many times in the past. He, despite his low amount of screen time, he has the highest impact. Like, he is the most efficient Haikyuu character in the story, I think, other than, like, Kazuo. He's immense. He's absolutely essential for the messages of the story. There's a huge turning point in Inarizaki, and he is the reason why. And the turning point in Inarizaki is indicative of the themes of the whole story and how it sprawls outwards and the spirit of the story and how it changes. And he is the core of that. And when it comes down to it, he just calms me down. His character centers me and makes me feel peace and makes me feel like things will always be okay, you know? Just take a deep breath. You can do it, you know? His character really just inspires me in that way. While Hinata inspires me by through his journey in a very boisterous way, Kita is what helped me to understand how to calm down, breathe, and just... Kita's character, in a lot of ways, honestly helped cure a lot of my anxieties, which I think I can't overstate how important that was. Here it is. For the love of God, do not miss this. Please don't talk to me in that way, Joe Yabuki man. I don't... cool, thanks for the tropes. I'm not a fan of the way you talk with me sometimes. Could Hank be considered an antagonist? I understand why some would, but on the face of it overall, no. Not for me. Kita's conclusion is probably the most emotional panel in the manga for me, which is saying a lot. I'm trying to think the ones that rival it. There are only a couple. Like, there are only 2 or 3. I don't see why we wouldn't, Nulio. I don't see why we wouldn't. Well, Joe Yabuki, man, I understand why that would be agitating, but this is a stream where I'm talking about all my favorite characters. You defining a trope is... While I appreciate the info, it has nothing to do with what I'm saying. So hopefully it's understandable that it wouldn't be a priority for me to read a long explanation of a trope, you know? Also, your username changed, but do you want me to call you Joe Yabuki Man or Jotaro? I think Haikyuu is the anime that's inspired me the most. It is hands down the most inspirational story I've ever experienced. No question whatsoever. So that's tier 3. So the top 30 are into 2 tiers. I wouldn't be surprised if it was one of the left out scenes. I don't think they'll do that. I think the staff, you know, the pacing, they don't have much don't have much time to work with. But I think this is the same staff who understand the weight of a lot of the story. I trust them to understand which points to fixate on, so I think they'll keep it. It better be 15 each. We'll see. We'll see. Okay, next bet. Ushijima? Where do you put the links of your new list? In the top 100 command. Ushijima or Kenma? Alright. That is not Ushijima, JTD. That is Asahi. Okay. Ushijima or Kenma? Which is number 30? Stop doing 2 from the same series. It's too hard, but it's so fun. Do you still think Karasuno versus Nekoma is... yes, but only slightly better, Andres. Like, that was not meant to be slander at all. Just the build-up and... yeah, I still do think that, but obviously there are a lot of variables attached to it. But the core premise is very similar, which is why I said that. I want Ushijima to be higher, but I still think Kenma wins. I took it as slanderous. That was not the intent. I mean, when Ping Pong is a masterpiece and one of my favorite stories of all time, I don't mean it that way. There are plenty of things that I think are unique to Ping Pong and that it has that Haikyuu doesn't. I can't even choose which would be top. I couldn't either, but we found one eventually. As an antagonist, Ushijima. As a character, Kenma. Look at them as characters. Look at them as their quality overall, is what I would recommend. I hate gambling. Why do you do this? It's just... I'm low-key sadistic sometimes. Okay. 68% say Ushijima is lower. 32% say Kenma's lower. The answer is... the majority are correct. Ushijima is lower. It was funny. Kenma dropped a lot. I was going through it and I'm like, actually, he's not as high as he was last year. Which made him almost neck and neck with Ushijima. I don't know. I don't really have much of a huge reason for that. I just kind of realized that I liked other characters in Haikyuu better than Kenma, like Bokuto, for example, Hoshiumi. But yeah, that's that. Okay, you guys want to do another bet again, like right away? This one could be fun. Can I have a refund? I got baited by the Haikyuu stream discussions. Kenma did make me cry. Kenma did make me cry, that's true. Hoshiumi's amazing. I made a video on Hoshiumi, and I had so much fun doing it. I am Rose. I wonder if Washijo's still 11th. Oh, you know me. Washijo's Washijo, I gotta have that Washijo rep. Okay, next one is... okay. Reiner Brown. Attack on Titan. We just talked about him on Monday. Or... Pariston Hill. Hunter x Hunter. All right, let's try this one. Oh, I didn't... okay, yeah, good. Perfect. Which is number 28? Wait, will you consider Eren an antagonist? Definitely not, no. Eren's the protagonist. Pariston or Reiner? 1 minute, boom. For some people, I've seen some people looking at last year's list to give like little bits of hints towards some of this stuff that may help you, but I don't know. Up to you if you want to take much stock in that. Hey Tyke, welcome in. We are high, yeah. Egil Rising? Yup. Asriel Rising, Egil Rising, Magus Rising. The video game Rise. Do you look at your old list while you create your new one? A mix of both. I kind of look at it and go like, how do I feel about this? Is this accurate anymore? And then shift things around. But I also think like, if I was starting fresh, would this be true as well? Because if not, then that's having too much influence, right? It is a hard one. Periston is Hunter x Hunter, which is your favorite, but I think Reiner's one of the best antagonists in Attack on Titan, while they're a few higher than Periston maybe, so I think Periston's lower. There are a few Hunter x Hunter antagonists higher than Periston. This is true. Thank you, Tyke. Oh, that was Andres. Thank you, Andres. Wow. Thank you, Andres, for gifting a sub to Tyke. Enjoy that, Tyke. Thank you, Andres. That's very nice of you. If it's not Periston at 28, I'm gonna be real pissed. Uh-oh. Need to get some 14 stocks in. I'm into writing the rough draft of Shadowbringer's notes. It's so rough, though. There's so many things I need to polish up. Tyke was just a means by how I might excuse the spending of $5. Perfect. I don't think you'll mind. If you consider Eren the protagonist of Attack on Titan till the end, do you consider Armin a deuteragonist? Yeah, I do. He's the perfect politician. He is. I would vote for Periston. I'd get gaslit by Periston. Okay, so 70% said Periston, 30% said Reiner, 70%, the majority are correct. Periston, same spot. Reiner dropped by a little drop, 3 drop. I hate Hunter x Hunter. Hate that series. Get that mid out of here. Togashi, more like Tefraudshi? You guys need to mess up more so I could get more points? Yeah, this is so easy. I should have done this. You should have. Sad for Periston, but super happy about Reiner being higher. Maintaining your spot in this list when there are a bunch of new additions and changes and whatever is genuinely a form of upward momentum. Periston is amazing. And call me a fanboy, but the gatekeeper for Triple S in Hunter x Hunter. I heard he released some new chapters of Hunter x Hunter recently, but then went on hiatus. Yeah. Yep. I'm a fanboy. I am. Are these lists getting updated yearly? If I do them, Tyke, and I feel like there's enough changes to make it noteworthy, then yeah. But if there aren't many new additions or shifts or anything, then I think I might skip a year or wait another 6 to 8 months or something. I want it to be significant, right? But if there aren't many changes, I'm not going to do it. That final scene with Periston that has with Netsudo, oh, I love that, JTD. That's that core emotion we were talking about when I was talking about Kuja and Burn Castell and Erika, for example. As Jin says, he's a child crying out for attention. Netsudo provided him with the attention and he loved it, but others don't, so he tries to piss people off and annoy them to feel important and superior. The connection he has with Netsudo is everything. It really is just the cherry on top for Periston. Put Fraud Gashi in your next YouTube thumbnail? Maybe I will. Just varying degrees of Triple S struggler, and or if you want to consider tier 1 tier, you could do that, I guess. We'll see, Nulio. I imagine there won't be many occasions where you won't be updated given how much you can go through in a year. Yeah, that's true. And I've been going mad on the video games, and I plan to continue doing that. Anime is getting a bit of a backseat. I haven't watched a new series that wasn't a seasonal in a while. So yeah. Oh, it's so good, Sulfiner. It's one of my favorite scenes. Krollu's going to be top 3, calling it? I have a bet for you guys. I can think of a bet for you guys coming up in the top 10. Oh, I definitely agree, JTD. Cheadle is the successor that the Hunter Society needs, but Cheadle is not in the vein of Netero at all. So it's cool. I like that dynamic a lot. Did Radagon show up? No. Oh, wait, no, he did. Did he? He might have been an honorable mention. Corolla 25 or 26, yeah. I talked about this in a previous stream, Bergen. I don't think recency bias plays a huge role, but I mean, I think it would be naive to say that it doesn't play any role. I like to think that it doesn't. You can always cross-reference lists across years to see how much it really matters. I think it... I would like to think that it doesn't play a significant role, but like I said, it would be naive to think that it plays no role whatsoever. Did you start Endwalker? I finished 5.1 the other day. I'm shooting for them to be above another character. Which character, Andres? Which character? No worries, no worries, Dave. Kazuma Kiryu? Who's that? Who's that? I don't even know. So last year you mentioned the Phantom Troop as an antagonist at 33. Where would they rank if you still had them grouped? I do still have them grouped, Ron. I do still have them grouped. Clearly this is a 100% objective list uninfluenced by emotion. Exactly. Exactly. You know, I was going to make another pegging reference for some reason. Whenever someone in chat from the Monday crew says something, I just think about Great Ace Attorney streams. Kazuma Kiryu is Yakuza's protege. Oh, okay. Okay. Okay, number 26, Izaya Orihara, Durarara. I think one of my favorite, both Johnny Young Bosch roles and Hiroshi Kamiya roles. We're talking about Jester characters. Here's a great form of one of my favorite. I do not believe that it's that gay. Van Zeke's Van Zeke's theme starts playing. Let me go back to the others. We're in the Haikyuu playlist. You know, I really don't think it's that gay. Oh, really, MK? You share the same birthday as Izaya? So only goats. AJ, you're gonna start making people think you're projecting a little bit? That's alright. Oh, Celestica is so good. If you like Bakano, and you're okay with that sort of writing style applied to a more modern context setting, try it out. Izaya is essential to all the core themes of Durarara. Him and Mikado, I think, are absolutely key. And the way he is kind of the beating heart of all the conflict is just so uniquely done, so much fun. He is just pure fun, and he has some really interesting dwellings on humanity, as edgy as it sounds. He's awesome. He's thoroughly entertaining, quite deep, quite complex and interesting and interpretive. And yeah, I made a pretty long video about him, and I don't think I was waffling too long. I think he's awesome. I adore him. I adore him. Makashima 2.0. In some ways, he gets a fridge thrown at him. Yes, that is true. All right. Time for a Durarara rewatch? There's never a bad time for it. Okay. Thank you, Santi. A bit of a rise for this character. In my opinion, the second best character in Better Call Saul, Charles McGill. His dynamic with Jimmy is, I think, the best in the entire series. It is just so complex and nuanced and real, and so many human elements and so many flaws in each character, and so morally interesting as well, and just makes you think. And it's so... They have one of the best... Like, one of my favorite fictional dynamics is Charles McGill and Jimmy McGill. Unbelievable character. And if I say he's my favorite in Better Call Saul, amazing take. I'm 100% behind it. I'll defend you to the end for that, Sarah. McGill did? Over Kim? Yes. I think Chuck is a better character than Kim. I ranked my Better Call Saul and Breaking Bad characters. That video got taken down, but then I put up a replacement. And Kim was, I think, 7. And I think Chuck was 5 or 6. He was ahead of her. Chicanery to this day still might be my favorite as well. I literally just finished season 3. I couldn't handle that ending. Oh. Ooh. I hope you continue to enjoy Safwa. Chuck is a beautiful, unique, amazing character. I can't say enough good about him. I'm his biggest fan. Or one of them, at least. Let justice be done, though the heavens fall. Oh, he's so great. And his hypocrisies, he is such a piece of shit sometimes. I love him for it. But at the same time, there's tons of sympathy associated there. Man. Fact check me, Sebastian. Oh yeah, Chuck is very easy to hate. You guys know how I always say, like, I don't really hate fictional characters, but in moments, of course, emotions take over and you hate them. There's 2 characters I say who I felt overwhelming hatred for. Both of them are amazing characters, masterful characters. Chuck is one of them. There are 2 characters I think of that, in the moment, I felt overwhelming hate for them, which is very unlike me. Like, for example, characters who do heinous things, I don't dislike them. I don't hate them because they're contributors to a story that I adore, even if they do horrible things, you know? But I have hated Chuck. I have hated Chuck. It's so unique, Offie. I love that you do that, Nora. It always makes me laugh. Would you consider Livia Soprano to be an antagonist? I would, yeah. I would. Chuck made his mom proud, but Jimmy made her laugh. Oof. Oof. Who is the other one? Rosa Ushinomiya. Yes, Rosa. From Umineko. I despised Rosa. Yeah. Akio from Utena. Great shout. Very hateable. Your Honor, have you considered that my client perhaps enhances the narrative? Me too, AJ. I kind of want to rewatch Better Call Saul. Oh, it's so good. I kind of miss early Better Call Saul because the show really changes as it goes on, understandably, and I do think it overall gets better, but there's a charm to the early Better Call Saul stuff. Is Rosa the woman with the shotgun? Yes. Oh, that scene, Celestica. The winner takes it all. Oh my god. And he gets... Oh, anyway. Jesse Pinkman wasn't on last year's protagonist list? No, he wasn't. And he's not on this year's either. Sure, Celix? Yeah, I'm aware, Celix. Thank you. I think I'm just gonna trust people and go with it anyway. Hopefully. I don't really know a way around that. Early Better Call Saul has a little something. It's just unique, you know? How can you hate Poof? Oh, it could never be me. Bondrude is... I'm not sure... Is that what you're asking, Dragon Chronicle? I remember early Better Call Saul marketed as a comedy. Utterly unlike how it ended up, but it's also a deliberate thing, I'm sure. I think early on... again, those first 3 seasons or so, I think it was a black comedy in a lot of ways, but it definitely changed past that. It's simple. A character being evil is fun, but the second they're an abuser, it's over. Yeah. Yep. Thank you though, Alex. Thank you for bringing it to my attention, because it's definitely an important thing. For sure, Offie. Early Breaking Bad had a vibe to it as well. The first 2 seasons in particular, that I think gets lost later on intentionally. No one hates Ava? Plenty of people hate Ava. Ava's very hateable. I think you're misinterpreting what I said. I'm not saying that there aren't other hateable characters. I'm not saying that those are the only other hateable characters. I'm saying that I don't hold hate for the vast majority of fictional characters. So for me to hate a character in the moment, they have to do something truly horrific. And those are the 2 that come to mind. That doesn't mean that Ava's done, or other villains or antagonists or whatever, have done horrible things. It just means that those are the characters for which I felt hatred in that moment. But Ava's a bit different. Won't get into it, though. Oh, yeah. It's really interesting what JTD says there. Early aspects of Breaking Bad were 100% improvised. Like, a lot of them were by necessity or fan demand, like seeing what the fans saw. Which is interesting, because like Jesse was slated to die in like a few episodes. Mike was a coincidence. So while things were clearly planned out, there's a lot of improvisation. Okay. Next we have another jester. Will he be the highest on this list? Who's to say? Specifically for Fate Zero, Gilgamesh. Is Howard Hamlin an antagonist? I'd argue so, even if he's a good person. I could see the argument, not for me though. But if he was an antagonist, he'd be here. I love Howard. I love him. Jesse and Hank were supposed to die in Season 1. Yeah, I read something. I knew about Jesse. I think I knew that about Hank too, but just forgot. I hate Ava and Rosa, and yet they're so well written that I understand them and why they are who they are despite their sins. Umineko gets generational trauma. It absolutely does. And what I love about that, Nora, is that it never excuses it. It never excuses it. It just substantiates it. This is why these people are the way they are. You make a judgment call about how you want to feel about that, but they are 3-dimensional people. I love your video on Gilgamesh. Thank you, Somnus Rain. Is Hisoka still not here yet? True. Yeah, to me, Gilgamesh gets substantially less interesting after Fate Zero, so his Fate Zero iteration is the one here. Howard Hamlin, the man that you are. I love Howard. I love him. The entire world is my garden until the end of time. Thus, I guarantee you this, it will never bore you. Very minimalistic, but Gilgamesh's dynamic with both Ryder and then the scene with Waver is everything to me. It speaks so much about the series' themes and their specific role in the narrative and Gilgamesh's role in the narrative and who he is and what he respects. Thank you for the follow, Gear. Oh, me too, Celix. That scene you're referring to with Angie, it destroyed me and single-handedly made Ava go shoot straight up. Ava's top 3 in Umineko for me. She's just unbelievable. That just puts it all together. What a masterful character. She says these things because she never heard anything different about Rosa. Yes! Oh, man. Umineko is kind of good, isn't it? Oh my god. Do you believe Better Call Saul's losing of that early series vibes was intentional like Breaking Bad, or the byproduct of something? I think it was less intentional than Breaking Bad, but a byproduct of an intentional choice. Like, I don't think they intentionally said, let's make the tone different. This is just me guessing. But I think they took the story in a direction that made that an inevitability. I need a Fate Zero rewatch. Would recommend. Is Yoshikage Kira on the list? No. No. But he's good. It's intentional. I haven't listened to those podcasts, so yeah, I'll take your word for it. I could easily see it being. Rate a character dynamic, Maria and Rosa, triple S. Triple S. Oh, absolutely, Celestica. And then another absolutely wonderful character from a little-known series called Attack on Titan, Zeke Yeager. Him and Gilgamesh used to be reverse spots. Or no, sorry, Gilgamesh used to be one lower, he used to be one higher. More or less the same. I said this in the Attack on Titan stream the other day, that he's the closest thing to a series thematic antithesis. And yet, still so understandable and emotional. And the episode where he is just so starved of love from Grisha, oh man. Unbelievable. Top 2 in Attack on Titan? He's in my top 5 for sure. This song is Shade's Delight from Final Fantasy XIV Endwalker. It's a banger. That episode just hurts to think about. That might be... It's one of my favorite of Final Season. Well, in general. Either way. It's absolutely beautiful. And the fact that Zeke could have the motivations he has, and it be understandable and sympathetic, just shows the immense character writing and setting design on display. Oh, Dave, that is deliciously evil. 1,000 Arrows asked my top 5 video game protagonist designs. Oh boy, okay. Cloud Strife. The Hero of Time, Link. I would agree, Andres. I would agree. And I would agree with that too, Trish. Oh man, that quote. What a beautiful day. If only I realized sooner. I'll get back to the video game thing. There are a lot of things I didn't understand and need explained in Umineko, but the generational trauma stuff with Ava's spiteful girl bossing and Rose's abuse and the pecking order of the siblings and how that lingers with all of them and the shadow of misogyny, it's unbelievable. Rudolph, I think. I don't think Rudolph is as well written as someone like Rosa or Ava, but I think Rudolph is really interesting in that way as well. Even Kraus as well. It's beautifully done. It's protagonist design, JTD. So, what do you think of a chapter 137 Attack on Titan? It's one of my favorite chapters, Tyke. I think 137 is an encapsulation of a big part of why Zeke was wrong and what Isayama's trying to say through Attack on Titan. Like, in a succinct summary. Why Armin is the answer. Why Armin's ideals are the answer. If there is to be an answer, it is in Armin. And why giving into that nihilism, even in the face of a world that only seems to confirm bias towards nihilism, is just never the answer regardless. As long as it isn't impossible, you know? I think 137 is absolutely one of the best chapters. It will be in my top 10. Top 10, top 12, something like that. Top 2 in the series? It wouldn't be top 2 for me, but it's... like, in the conversation for top 5, someone asked me that the other day. In the conversation for top 5, definitely top 10-ish. 137 is going to get the 132 treatment in the adaptation. Can't wait. I cannot wait. I need it. Crazy how Attack on Titan was actually a thing that happened, right? What's your favorite aspect of Attack on Titan? the thematic integration, like how everything, the thematic character, the integration in general, every little bit is so planned out, so there's so much forethought, there's so much beautiful design in terms of plot, in terms of thematics, start to finish, in terms of Aaron's characterization. It's just so pristinely structured and presented. So I guess for a word for that, it would be the integration. I would have much rather kept playing. Sorry, I would have much rather. Where'd it go? Where'd it go? Damn, I missed the actual quote. Hold on. I would have much rather just kept on playing catch. Unreal. Hunter x Hunter manga or Berserk manga? Berserk manga. By a little bit. Favorite aspect of Haikyuu's conclusion? Everything. Sorry that that's a cop-out, but everything. If I had to pick something, the conclusion of Kageyama's character, I guess. Okay, let's move on. The next few I don't have a ton to say because I've talked about them a lot in the past. I actually had came out with a Fata Morgana video last year where I talk about Morgana, who is a beautiful, wonderful character. Made more substantial by a Requiem for Innocence, but nonetheless, absolutely just one of the most tragic characters I've ever seen. Morgs. I adore her. Tiny bit of a drop, I guess, because, spoiler, Fata Morgana as a story dropped a little on the list. But it isn't an indication of how I feel about Morgana, just my overall connection, I guess. She's a masterful character. And her dynamic with a couple of characters, in specific one, like the scene in the dreamscape. I've said dreamscape a lot in the past few streams, but if you guys know what I mean, with Siri de Fragmento playing. Do I have it here? With this song playing. You guys know the one, if you've played Fata Morgana or read Fata Morgana. This just quite literally is transcendent. It changed my life. Like, literally. Dreamscapes are eternally raw. Once the vocals start here, I gotta change it. Yeah, okay, I gotta change it. Hold on. Just when I was beginning to jam, sorry. Fragment is unbelievably good. They do. Incredible. That was Siri de Fragmento, like I said. Does Beatrice count as an antagonist? Yes. Yes. I cheated a little bit, because I can see... there are a couple on this list where I could easily see people going, huh? They're an antagonist? But I'm like, I could go either way. And then I want her on the list because she's going to be high, spoiler. So I just went, yeah. Right, Nulio? That's me as well. Every time, like, I feel like, do I really love Fata that much? I just listen to a song, and, like this one, it all comes back. Which tier is the maid? Probably 3 on here. Oh, sorry, and I have to do the video game designs. Okay, so I said Cloud, I said Link. Oh, definitely Celix. I hope you cheated putting Usopp there. I did not, sorry. I would actually say Squall. Do the Warrior of Light because it's just you. I think Squall might be there. FF8. That's a great call. Hunter from Bloodborne. Yeah. And let's go with one more. No, it doesn't, Andres. It doesn't. I just kept the glam. I love the purple squall jacket. Fata Morgana scenes with Ciri de Fragmento or Giselle are utterly transcendent. They really are. They will always stick with me. I love that story, Nulio. I'm trying to think. Ace Attorney has wonderful character designs. Godot is Van Zeeks. Just those two. Kazuma are amazing character designs, but in terms of protagonists, neither of them are like a top 5, even though they're still good. You know what? Mario. Let's go Mario. Iconic, striking. Why not? Put Mario in there. Oh, Joker. No, not Mario. Sorry, Mario. Yeah, Joker. Joker Persona 5. Yep. I'm sorry, Sebastian. So Sofla asked, Aaron's, I wanted to do that, or Walt, I did it for me. Oh, God. Oh, God damn. Maybe when I finish Persona 3, Andres, I'll be with you on that one. They're both, let me just get this out of the way, they're both absolute peak fiction. I will say Aaron. Why not both? Because I'm being told I have to pick one. Downward momentum? I wouldn't say momentum offy, but it has gone down. But I wouldn't say downward momentum anymore. Aaron's makes me think more. Aaron's makes me like, you know, the Meruem cut in Chimera Ant where he's just going, holy shit, and all the combinations of the Gungi boards are a backdrop to him? That's what Aaron's line does to me. So that puts it a little bit ahead. I don't know why, but I wanted to do that. I had to. Yeah, Walt is more cathartic. I would agree with that, for sure. Okay. We can do one more bet. Let's do another bet. Walt and Aaron parallels gonna go crazy. Hear me out. If we're thinking of a gradient, we have Aaron on one side, Walt in the middle, Light Yagami on the other. Hear me out. Thank you, Sarah. AJ's cooking. The song is Capricorn Peak from Xenoblade Chronicles 3. Joshua. Interesting gradient? You're gonna have to explain that more? Nah. Okay. Hoshiumi? I can't believe he's still not here. I'm telling you, Andres, be primed for disappointment. Orchide. Which is number 21, which is lower. I have an hour till class? Okay, we'll speed it up. So to explain the gradient I mentioned, with Walter, Aaron, and Light, Walter and Light have that. The trajectory of their journey is very, very similar. Whereas Walter and Aaron have aspects of their character as they look back at themselves and the person they used to be and how they become this monster. And, you know, those sorts of aspects of their character that link them, in which they're very similar. Oh, I forgot the bet? Oh, shit. Sorry. It should be there now. But Light and Eren, they're similar, and they have a couple parallels, but they're quite different at the basis of it. The corruption Riz. I'm sorry, Dave. I'm sorry you had to find out this way that I just despise you. Damn, Tyke. The little dig at Andres? The little dig at Andres, despite him gifting you a sub? Damn. Light is full-on transformed. Walt is able to stop himself before he goes too far, but still accepts that evil. Eren is scared of it. That's a great way of putting it. I'm going to at least read the first 10 or so chapters, Tyke. Walt does try to stop himself. Season 5, Episode 8, he definitely tries. You could just say it was a little too late. Okay, the answer is, well, let's see how it went. Wow. 81% say Hoshiumi and 19% say Kire. Majority correct. Unlike Gilgamesh, who I think is substantially less interesting in the sequels, I think that Kire gets better in Fate Stay Night in the visual novel. He just dropped by 2, pretty much nothing. Whereas if we're thinking about just Fate Zero, excuse me, I think Gilgamesh is better than Kire, more interesting, more entertaining, inspires more thought. Even though both are masterclass, overall for the series, Kire is better. Kire is a little bit better than Gilgamesh. Him in Heaven's Feel is just wow. And this really unexpected dynamic he has with Shiro that is really, really good. Just lost the points to pay my rent. I'm sorry, Pedrolito. Kire and Bazette. Sorry, Soul Samurai. Fate Zero had a good dub. It's one of the best dubs, in my opinion. Number 19. Andres, paying attention? You'll be interested in this one, Andres. Number 19 on the list is... Oh, Kire has an amazing progression. The Phantom Troop as an entity. So this is like the sum of the... The Phantom Troop in general is very abstract, right? You're correct, Ron. Oh, that is so heinous, Dave. The Phantom Troop in general is very abstract as a concept, and this is not including Krollo, but kind of including Krollo because you can't really separate them, so I'm cheating, I'm fudging it a little bit, but essentially the Phantom Troop's role as an entity, how it was created, the members within it, so which is why I don't have someone like Pakunoda or Uvogin or Nobunaga here, whereas they would make this list for sure, but I put them together as an entity, and they have risen 14 spots. I know, Andres, I'm sorry. The latest chapters did so much for them, just in 3 backstory chapters. How dare you set the rules of your own top 100 list? I'm awful. Including Krollo's interactions with them? Absolutely, yeah. The backstory and them being fleshed out and seeing the origin and seeing Krollo's role and the motives and how a lot of these things started and kind of the overwhelming increased sense of melancholy around the Phantom Troop that was brought forth through those chapters. Unbelievable. Nobunaga, Pakunoda, and Uvo are so peak. Those are my top 3 in the Phantom Troop outside of Krollo. And we still don't have the full picture. Yeah, I still think more is going to be fleshed out. I think there's gaps in that backstory that I think Togashi, if I had to guess, I think he'll want to flesh them out. Recent chapters made me like Uvo so much more. They really put in work. There's this one scene. This one expression he has towards Crollo. It's so tender. As he's looking down towards him like, no, you are our leader. I wish I had it on hand, because it's beautifully illustrated. There's such a tenderness, such a softness in the expression. Can't wait for all of them to go out so gloriously in the current arc and how it'll affect Crollo. I have in my mind, and of course, I don't need my headcanon to be confirmed for it to be good, but I have in my mind a direction I think that Togashi could go with them, and Crollo in particular, that could be so emotional. It's an amazing track, soundtrack, Dog Ninja. It did, Tyke. I missed my ranking. Sorry, Hoshiumi. Same spot as last year. You can't separate the head from the body. You really can't. Let me know if Hinrig is in the pack. He's their groupie. He's their groupie. He's in the pack. Uvo might be the best Phantom Troop member now. I can see it for sure. For me, it's like Paku, Uvo. Paku's still a little bit ahead, then Uvo, then Nobunaga. The Sheila one is interesting, JTD. I've seen some have told me that they don't think the Sheila thing will go anywhere. And maybe. But I do feel like there's more to it. I think there has to be. Oh, thank you, Andres. This is it. Look at this look. Look at this expression from Uvo. Thank you, Andres. Crollo's not making it. I agree, Tyke. I agree. You counting Illumi? No. To me, Hisoka and Illumi are not part of the Phantom Troop. Same with Kaluto. Well, Kaluto a little bit, kinda. They contribute a little bit. We'll see, Celestica. You think Crollo will die? I think Crollo's going to either... I think he's going to be left forlorn, and I think he's going to be presented with... very bluntly presented with the type of person he is, who he is. His identity crisis is going to be solved for him very clearly through losing everything that's dear to him. And whether or not he's alive at the end of it, I don't think it matters, because the point is that he will have met with devastation. But I love this expression so much. I will follow you until I die is not a super unique line, but it holds so much weight here, especially when Uvogin is actually dead at this point. Yes. Yeah. Oh, that would be amazing, Andres. It's unreal how Togashi's been sitting on this for decades. All the seeds were set in York New, and he even stated that Crollo did not nominate himself. Yeah, he had this in his mind, at least in general terms. Oh, I hate that, Sebastian. I'm sorry. And this actually strengthened... These chapters strengthened the Crollo Kurapika... dynamic. I was wondering why you looked up the bit alerts, Nora. Thank you for the 250 bits. Thank you very much. I've been watching the Great Ace Attorney VODs and they're so much fun. I'll miss Ace Attorney Mondays, but these top 100 streams are also a joy, and I'm excited to experience Disco Elysium for the first time with you. You really are one of my favorite digital creators. Here's to more fun times in the future. Thank you so much. That's incredibly sweet, Nora. Yeah, the VODs will be there for as long as Twitch is there, so we can all relive them. Those are really special, and you were a huge part of that, so thank you. And thank you for staying along. I'm really glad you're enjoying these. We'll be playing Disco Elysium. That should be lots of fun. I don't know the type of game it is. Maybe it's devastating, so it'll be a different type of fun. But thank you so much for the bits, and I'm really glad you enjoy all the stuff. Thank you very much, Nora. That's very sweet of you. Maybe, JTD. I could see that happening. Will the recent Hunter x Hunter chapter save my life? Yes. Disco Elysium does not seem AJ core to me. Other people have said the opposite. Interesting. No, Nulio. I don't think so. I was gonna read Oshino Ko soon, but the anime's coming out. Oh god, Dog Ninja. Holy shit. Ryunosuke Tanaka or Knuckle Bine? Oh man. Oh, that is tough. That is so tough. I don't think you can go wrong with an answer for that, but I don't think you can go right either. Oh, sorry, Horns fan. I think I would say Knuckle, but it really pains me. Like, it's very close, Dog Ninja. That was a great question. Number 18, Kefka. Final Fantasy VI. Again, similar to what I said about what I said about Magus, a lot of it has to do with implication and subtext and efficiency in the writing, but it really punches you with the impact. And once you get to the heart of who Kefka is, and the way he works as the beautiful function that he represents, as well as, oh my god, I can't believe Andres hates Kefka. I can't believe you're going to give Final Fantasy VI a 1 out of 10. And then Dancing Mad is the most ingenious use of music when it comes to characterizing a character in general. I don't think I've seen anything that beats it. He's a one-of-a-kind, revolutionary, generational character. And I don't know. Even though he dropped, like, my appreciation for him has gone up in the past year for sure. Kefka is just, he's a masterclass. I don't know what else to say. And he's the best, well, let's actually save that. Composing, yep, that's, what is that, Jeremy Johns? That's what Jeremy Johns said, right, Sebastian? Kefka's final boss fight is a crowning achievement in gaming. Kefka may have the best final boss, I think. I think it's the best. It's definitely one of them. Now, someone mentioned this earlier. Number 17, Shogo Makishima, Psycho-Pass. I've also made a video on Kefka. My voice work on that is not awesome, but the content is good. I think so. I think I agree, Jesse's Mask. That was me. Shogo Makishima, absolute top tier antagonist. Dropped a little. I think I just realized he doesn't quite connect with me the same way that those in tier 1 do. Because last year he was in tier 1. Just kind of something I came to realize. He is still absolutely wonderful. Some people think of him as a pretentious character. I couldn't disagree more. I think every little bit of characterization, everything feeds into his idea about the ephemeral beauty of humanity and the tragedy that it is that they aren't in a setting or a world where where humanity is able to be expressed in the way that he wishes it could. And his relationship with the Sybil system, his dynamic with Kogami, it's all 10 out of 10. It's absolutely wonderful. Oh, me too, Safa. I think I said this last year too. I always feel like when I think of Makishima I always feel like there's so many nuances and details that I always need to refresh myself about the details. And even right now, I probably do. Oh, is your current Discord profile picture? Beautiful. They understood each other better than they understood themselves. Their focus was solely reserved for the other. Oh, that kind of antagonistic-protagonistic dynamic. I hope you enjoy it when you do, Nora. Which tier is Kogami? Three or four, I think. Oh, that scene will always haunt me, Akuma. Episode 16 of Psycho-Pass. And then next... Wait, let me see the top 100. Old top 100. Old top 100. Protagonists. No, antagonists. Right, okay. I'm surprised Kogumi's so high given Akane's tier 5, but they don't align, really. I think Akane's a better character than Kogumi. Not by a ton, but by a little bit. So, you can... the tiers don't necessarily line up across antagonist versus protagonist. I said it in the last stream, but Makishima's fatal flaw was his deep and inherent love for humanity, for everything it means to be a human, and how much the Sibyl system is opposed to that nature of his. The things he does and his motives are very natural in that way. They're very natural. If you think of it as him just following the natural course of his motivations, it seems drastic, but it all follows a very consistent through line. I just noticed a character I really like went up. Which character? Okay, next on the list we have... Cersei Lannister. The best antagonistic character in A Song of Ice and Fire, despite being a protagonist in some ways. I think the overall impression of her, I think it's fair to say she's an antagonist. Her spiral is one of my favorite examples in fiction of someone who just completely loses a grip on reality due to a bunch of circumstances, mitigating circumstances, and the way it's worded and articulated by Martin. This song. Oh, boy. Is wonderful. I don't quite like her portrayal in the show much, which is why I specify Song of Ice and Fire specifically here. A Feast for Crows. Unreal. No, Joe Yabuki, man. Yeah, A Feast... Honestly, she's maybe my favorite thing about A Feast for Crows. The Walk of Shame. Ugh. I think we should remember one of her more beautiful lines. 10,000 of your children perished in my palm, your grace. While you snored, I would lick your sons off my... Yeah, I forgot about this one. Oh my god. And fingers one by one, all pale, sticky princes. You claimed your rights, my lord, but in the darkness I would eat your heirs. Holy shit. My god, she is so raw. She doesn't seem like the same character in the show. I agree. She's totally different. The way that Atsumu hasn't showed up yet... Trish, he's just mid. I'm sorry. Isn't that line crazy? I think she's the best character in the show. I'm glad. I'm glad you like her that much. For me, the change in her character made it so that I couldn't really love her. Oh, really, Horns fan? That's really interesting. I can't believe it, Sebastian. While I was reading it, I was like, okay, this is going to be a really impactful, great quote, and that's what I was prepared for. And then the more I read, I'm like, whoa. Yeah, Lena Headey's a good actress, for sure. Lena Headey does a really good job with the material she's given. I just think the material doesn't quite capture who Cersei is. Okay. And... what were you asking about earlier, Sebastian? You wanted a 15 and 15, didn't you? You're right, Sebastian. Yeah, I almost vomited reading that. Which character is it, Santi? Someone tell me which character it is that Dave loves. How's it going, Josa? Welcome in. No, don't be sorry, Thousand Arrows. I love that. Okay. Okay, let's do another bet, if you guys are down. Yeah, I have 3 more. Is top 5 getting a tier 0? No, just a tier 1. Okay, here we go. Yeah, bet time. Bet time. So here's the bet. I love him so much. Which one? Oh, Silco. They're both, I mean, they're both masterful. They're absolutely masterful. We will show them all. Ugh. Okay, let's do it. I wasn't going to bet today, but I got to support my rat-faced bastard. How dare you say that about Maruki? Okay. Which is number 15? Maruki or Silco? One of the best villains I've seen in a while. Silco is, we will show them all. You're perfect. The voice work. The voice work. He didn't even haggle. So, come on, the Maruki rep. We need some Maruki quotes. The strings. The voice work. The fact that it's Kid Flash from Young Justice throws me off so much. I don't even know who that is, but that's just the name. Kid Flash? It played by Maruki? Look at the percentage. There you go, Trish. You understand you understand the reality's unfairness, yet you're willing to stand up to it. Thank you. We needed some. Oh, there we go, Dog Ninja. I gave up everything. Everything. So good. The voice work. And then there was one more. Offie said it. Come on, I said I'm done. Please let go of my hand. Oh my god. Maruki is the best thing about Persona 5 Roll, but the answer is Maruki. I was so busy fangirling that I forgot to bet. Oh no. Both of these experienced a rise into a new tier. Well done, Tyke. But Silco just ahead of him. I don't really have any explanation. Who's the second best Persona 5 character and what tier are they? Akechi? Oh no. Trish, please. He's just a man. He's done nothing wrong, except he has done plenty of things wrong. Who's the second best Persona 5 character and what tier are they? So Akechi's the second best Persona 5 character. Probably around here somewhere. Maybe a little lower, Sebastian. Akechi isn't on the list. I don't consider Akechi to be, on the face of things, an antagonist. But if he was, he'd be there. The Silco dynamic with Jinx is just, there are no words. Likewise, the Maruki dynamic with the Phantom Troop as a whole, and, I mean, he had a huge rise, well, not huge, significant rise in the face of things. We've gotten to the part of the list where I have trouble articulating. I've done it in videos, and that's the best I can do for both of these guys. Wait, they're also called the Phantom Troop? Sorry. Phantom Thieves, sorry. Silco and Jinx, best dynamic in Arcane. Either Silco and Jinx, or Jace and Victor. Those are my top two. Go for it, Vega. Is Maruki for me? I think he is. Honestly, Andres, I think he is. I think you'd actually really like him. Yeah, MK, you see the vision? Silco, Jinx, Jace, Victor. I mean, Jinx Vi is right up there too. What other ones? Well, it's probably the third. It's probably those. There's probably a gap after those. But Medarda, Mel, Jace is great. Vander, Vi is great. Jace Silco is amazing. Oh, it does, Celestica. And it's not even played during the third semester. Beautiful quote, AJ. Maruki just didn't want anyone to suffer anymore. I won't spoil it for anyone who hasn't played Persona 5 Royal, but the way in which you uncover the details about Maruki's character, the third semester in general, is just... there are few video games that have reached that level. That arc. Persona 5 is a great game, but it's a borderline masterpiece because of the royal content. Maybe even just a masterpiece, who knows? Cade and Vi. How did I forget Cade and Vi? One of the best. Yeah, Vander and Vi. Oh, you've got a good heart. Rate a character dynamic, Joker Akechi? Because the thing with me, Trish, is the Akechi side of it is wonderful. Masterful. The Joker side of it is a bit lacking for me because he is silent. Not to say that there's nothing, because there is. There's plenty. There's lots of indirect stuff, but I think it would hit harder for me because, like, if Joker was a bit more active. So, maybe, like, A+, low S, something like that. I need Hannah to change her mind on this one. With all due respect, like, that implies that I haven't thought hard about it. I have. Trust me. And me and Hannah have already talked about it a lot. When I swear to my bones... When Swear to My Bones plays during the fight with Maruki... I didn't even remember the name of that song. Silco flashbacks in Season 2? I would love that. Echo and Heimerdinger promises to be really good. Oh, top 5 parallels in Arcane. Sorry, Isaiah, I did miss that one. Okay. It's okay, Trish. Top 5 parallels in Arcane. Parallels. Well, because parallels are different than dynamics. Jace... So so here's one. The Jace Victor... You know what blows my mind in Arcane is the Jace Victor Vander Silco parallel. That's crazy. That's wild. That's insane to me. So that, then the Jace... Then specifically Jace Silco. That's 2. Hmm. Oh, I'm not sure, Sebastian. I have no clue. Parallels. Jinx, Silco. They have huge parallels. Victor Silco. And Silco Vander, there you go. MK just finished it for me. Silco Vander and Jinx Vi. Yep. I think that's it. Yeah, let's go with that. Because dynamics are different than parallels. They have to have, in some way, parallel journeys or parallel aspects somehow. Next. To this day, still my favorite character in Vinland Saga. Last edit was 7 minutes ago. Askeladd, Vinland Saga. Now, this is another one where I understand not thinking of him as an antagonist. That's fair. I wanted to put him on, though, because he's so high, and I can see it, and yeah. I still can't get over how amazing of a character Singed became in so few scenes. Episode 6, Isaiah. Yeah, the recent episode was so good. You guys saw me watch it on Monday. Well, some of you did. Phenomenal. Oh, sorry, Moz. I mean, I pretty much didn't say much about him at all, because we've talked about him tons before. But yeah, Kefka, number 18. Is Askeladd still the best character in Vinland? So I've always thought that. And I still do, but Thorfinn is... I mean, Thorfinn in the anime is really, really speaking to me, and he's one of the ones with upward momentum, so... I don't know. I wonder how close we are to a Season 2 announcement. Oh, this Worlds? Oh, when's that, Isaiah? I'm so out of the loop with... I don't know anything about League of Legends stuff. When is the Worlds? Just short of top 10? Yeah, you were very close, Damon. It's in the fall? Okay. Yeah. I just hope... I just hope they're not being rushed at all. October? Cool. Do you prefer Askeladd and Thorfinn or Askeladd and Canute? As a dynamic? Definitely Askeladd and Thorfinn. You don't want to stay down there, do you? Climb. Take the people you killed with you. Fight your true battle. Become a true warrior, Thorfinn. Oh, it's peak. Oh, it's peak. Okay, then number 12. Yeah, Sebastian had me. I typed it. Tanji Washijo. Washijo no longer 11. I'm sorry. Forever, to this day, one of the most underrated characters in Haikyuu, in sports anime sphere, whatever you want to call it. I talked about who did I talk about that was really efficient? Kita. I should put Washijo up with Kita and Kazuyo for the most efficiency and depth in little details, because I talk about it in my video again, and also in the some things with my 12 lessons, I believe. He's just, if you really put yourself, you really try to put yourself in Washijo's perspective and from his position, you really truly see the beauty of his character and how admirable some of the things he does are, despite doing horrible things outside of it. Like, Washijo does some horrible things, which is part of what makes him antagonistic, outside of it just being sports, team versus team. But his journey, he has one of the most beautiful arcs in the series, and his journey, I think, what I take away from it is kind of what I take away from Haikyuu as a whole. Top 5 Vinland Saga dynamics: Oskalot, Thorfinn, Thors, Thorfinn, Canute, Einar, Thorfinn, and maybe, honestly, low-key Oskalot, Bjorn? Because Thorkel's one of my favorite characters, but I don't think he has a dynamic with anyone that I... Maybe Thorkel Canute. Thank you, Ape Acrobat, for the 3-month resub. Love the streams, AJ. Just curious, have you ever played Outer Wilds? No, but we're going to be playing it on the first time on stream this year. That's going to be one of the stream games, so you can look forward to that. Thank you for the 3 months. He's an antagonist that is perfectly crafted for the story and for Hinata? Absolutely. The clenched fist and Camel Medai. Oh, I can do it too. Thank you, Sarah. Maruki top 15? There was only ever one place he could go. No Gudrid Thorfinn? Not for me. Oskalot Canute? I said that. Or at least I meant to. Oh, no, I said Thorfinn Canute. Yes, sorry. Oskalot Canute wouldn't... You could substitute it in for Thorkel Canute. I guess. That 5th one's up for grabs. Outer Wilds is one of those things I wish I could experience for the first time again. Just like Disco Elysium, lots of people say that. I'm really excited. It sounds like a special game. Oh no, Offie. Number 11. Whoa. Washijo's so good, he's there twice. Thank you, Isaiah, for the 13 months, for more than a year of support. Thank you so much for the long-term support, Isaiah. Really appreciate it. Wow, was that slander, Andreas? Thank you so much for the 13 months. Put this towards Tears of the Kingdom, and all the ones in your bank as well. Cool. Will do, Isaiah. Thank you. This song is City of Commerce from Nier Replicant. No longer top 10? I guess not. It isn't slander? Okay. I was just checking. Bokuto has to be top 1. He's not an antagonist, though. My understanding is that Outer Wilds has some similarity to Obra Dinn, and I love that game, so I'm excited to play it. I never played that. I've heard of it. I've heard that it's like life-changing, but I've never played it. How many more bets will there be? I don't know. Maybe 1 or 2. There's one in particular that I want to do. Oh, actually, there will be 2. Cool, Horns fan. Yeah, I think that might be on cooldown. If it's not, we already have a One Piece stream redeemed, so no need to rush to it. I like Outer Wilds quite a lot. Cool. Gustavo Fring. I think Better Call Saul elevates him. I think Gus is interesting because I think Better Call Saul elevates him a lot in the first season and a half that he's introduced, and then after that, I don't think it does much with him. That might be a hot take. I don't know. You guys might disagree. I enjoyed Gus's presence after like season 4 or something, but I can't say it really added anything to him for me. What I really got was, like, for example, his talk in the hospital to Hector. Amazing. Phenomenal. But I didn't feel anything to that extent, I guess, post-season 5, or post-middle of season 5 or so. No, that's what I'm saying with, like, mid-season 5, Sebastian, because for Max, Dedicato Max, or whatever it's called, the episode, that was, I think, beginning of season 5, so I'm not saying there's nothing. And I might be screwing around and not remembering the exact point at which I went like, he's not really contributing much. But yeah, you get what I mean. Oh, and his final scene is awesome. Is excellent for sure. Thank you, Datboy Chuckles, for the 14 months. Another 13 or 14 monther. Say thank you so much for the continuous more than a year of support. Thank you so much, Datboy. I really appreciate it. Hope you continue to enjoy. And MK asked for the top 5 anime openings. This is so rough. I can't rank openings for the life of me, but let's give it a go. Let's give it a go. Steins Gate? Rumbling? Attack on Titan? Hikari Are? Haikyuu? Beastars? OP1? And then Departure from the Election Arc. Oh, no, Fate Zero to the beginning. No, you're right. Fate Zero beats Departure. Yeah, I think that's just off the top of my head. Not Brave Shine for me. Go-Go's theme is the song right now from FF6. Yeah, it is, Offie. This is why I don't like doing... or not that I don't like it, but why it's so difficult, because, like, I don't know. There are so many that could go into the top 5, but those are the ones that just came to mind. Departure's very iconic. For me, it would be like a top 10 or 15 opening, rather than a top 5. I still adore it. It's okay, MK, don't worry. Okay, next, we have a character who has not moved an inch. Bet this? No. Joyabuki, man, you're being a little overbearing. Please, please just chill out. Chill out a little bit. The Mr. Bungee Gum himself. He's staying exactly where he was. Not moving an inch. And actually, this is upward because of additions. Satoru Marsh, Knight specifically. The Fallen Arm. And I guess it would be... Oh, Valak Mountain. Yeah, Valak Mountain. That's the 5. Igniritha is awesome in terms of the storytelling, but if I'm just thinking of geography and immersion, it would be those 5. But if we're talking about like narrative, Igniritha would definitely be ahead of like Satoru Marsh or something. No Bionis Leg. I love it, but it's the best. It's my favorite video game setting. So I'm picking between my children. Okay. We have a bet here. The second last bet of the day. This one's fun. Toru Oikawa or Miya Atsumu. I love this one. I thought he was mid. I lied. I love this bet. Let's try it. Let's try it out. Atsumu or Oikawa, who is number 9? Let me know if Atsumu is like you in real life. Atsumu is like me in his fervent, unabashed, shameless passion for what he does. I wish I was as cool as him. I'm in disbelief, right? That I would have the audacity to put Oikawa and Atsumu next to each other? Let's do this shit. I love this one. How are the votes going? Okay. I like it. I like the split. AJ, if you want to be as cool as him, try dyeing your hair blonde. I would not be able to pull that off. I saw a tweet today that killed me. I saw a tweet today that absolutely killed me. Where... someone said, how does the never vote against Haikyuu rule apply here? I don't know. Like, it was... Hold on, let me make this a little softer. It was someone said, like, it was a video of Cole Sprouse smoking. Like, he was smoking indoors, and someone said, like, he does not have the it factor to pull that off. And that made me laugh. So I don't have the it factor to pull that off, is what I'm saying. If you had to draw parallels between Kuroko no Basuke and Haikyuu, who would you identify as who? Oikawa and Kageyama's friend, whose name escapes me. Hopefully you know who I mean. I forget his name, Burly Damon, but they're very clearly characters built and under the same concept. He makes smoking look so uncool. He's like, he takes the biggest drag. He's like, what are you doing? He will never be Mads Mikkelsen. That was one of the replies. Himuro, that's the one. Thank you, Mandela. He's a weirdo. He doesn't fit in and he doesn't want to fit in. So the answer, I like the spread before 10 seconds towards the end. The answer is Oikawa. This was the year where Atsumu surpassed Oikawa. Sorry. I lost. Oh, no. Smoking is only hot when it's fictional characters? Absolutely. It's only hot in Fate Zero and Mad Men. and other series. A win for Trish's all around the world. I need those Haikyuu movies. I mean, those Haikyuu movies, I don't think it's a spoiler to say that those Haikyuu movies flesh out Oikawa and Atsumu more or less the same. More or less. So you can, this judgment is nothing hugely changes between these two and the amount of time they get. It's a sad kind of Hot and Fate Zero. It is. It is. Some tarnish, no, please. Am I not still based? Yeah, I mean, both of these are my favorite characters of all time. Both of them represent something so special to Haikyuu, and both contribute so much to what I love about the series. But I think Atsumu has just been speaking to me a little bit more over the past year. Reading his conclusion, I don't know, the heart just says he's a little higher. Just a tad. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Fahid? Sorry if I'm saying that wrong. For the brand new Prime sub. I really appreciate that. Thank you very much. You've got 100k? Holy shit. I've lost the base card? Well, hopefully I can get it back. I think, Ron, I think the last part will be truncated. The noises Atsumu makes give him a slight edge. Fair. Oh, I love that Zagluto-sama. Excuse the voice crack. It took all three of us to take that monster down. One of my favorite lines. I think Atsumu might pull ahead just due to the fact that he embodies the themes of Haikyuu more than just being a great character. Not for me, because I don't actually agree with that. I don't actually agree with the fact that, or with the idea that Oikawa does not embody them. I think he very much does, just in a different way. A scotch? Juniors you can tell your grandkids about. Oh, the stuff like that is, I think, what adds to it. Okay, number 7. Yeah, Mamoru Miyano, when the production would sometimes falter, Mamoru Miyano really picked up the slack. Number 7, Johann Liebert from Monster. I dropped Haikyuu after Season 3. Is it worth continuing? No, not if you dropped it after Season 3. Ooh. There we go. Well, Richard, how about a drink? He's so evil. Holy shit. The Nameless Monster, honestly, he'd be like... Without the Nameless Monster, which is pretty essential to his character, it offers this layer of... I don't know what word to describe it, what adjective for it, but using that story, and the way it integrates into his backstory as a childhood, the way it integrates into his psyche in the present... that's an essential part of why I really, really enjoy him. And then the indecision, like the reason why he started viewing the world the way he did, being his mother, being fixated largely in his mother's indecision, is just, there's all sorts of stuff there. Johann's amazing. And his dynamic with Tenma is like the archetypal, hope versus nihilism struggle. There are very few examples that are as good as theirs in fiction. I can't believe Furutate wrote that into a sports manga. Taichi. Thank you, Mark. Welcome in. Welcome in. Hope you enjoy. I'm a fan on YouTube. Glad to catch a stream. Welcome in. Thank you so much. I'm glad you were able to catch it too. If you enjoy, yeah, drop a follow here because we stream multiple times a week doing all sorts of different things. Welcome in, guys. I'm glad to see a few people coming in from YouTube. The way his history is intertwined with the plot of Monster and how it slowly unravels is genius, and one of the things Urasawa does best. Yeah, his Monster is the perfect merger of plot and characterization, and Johann is the core of that. He's so essential to the plot, but yet each little plot detail informs us new substantial pieces of his characterization. He's just absolutely just the token triple S masterpiece, wonderful antagonist. I loved him from this since I first saw him. I continue to love him now. He's just everything I want in an antagonist. What do you think of the ending? In terms of how do I interpret it? Safa? Like, what do I think happened? Is that what you mean? His eyes say more than any words can. That's not melodramatic or cringe, Sebastian. I totally agree. I think he lived on, Safa. I think he lived on. Realizing that... Ambulance? They're after me because they don't like my ranking. Or, sorry, the police. Those are either ambulance or police sirens. I think he lived on. I think he realized at the end of Monster that... through example, through what Tenma showed him, that the world was not what he believed it to be, and that he could find a place in it. The scene with the mother indecision gave me the biggest click in understanding a character I ever had in fiction. That's just everything, right? Like, it didn't even matter. It could have been either of us. The pointlessness associated with that. No, I don't, Prodigy. Hey, Georax, welcome in. Do you like the ending? I love Monster's ending. I think it's awesome. I called them since you put Johann too low. What do you think about the chance that Johann never actually existed and that Lunge was right? I think it's cool theory crafting, headcanon stuff, but I just... I think there are a few things in the story that I can't really bring to mind at the moment, but that... Well, even, like, just random scenes from his point of view, detached from everything else, for example, that, to me, disprove it. But I think it's really interesting to think about. Could you react to a music video? I don't do reactions like that upon request. Sorry about that. That's a really optimistic take on it. That's what I've always thought. You're under arrest, or your list is too hot. I'll take the latter. Tenma told his mother... Tenma told him the name his mother gave him. Yup. Should I read Watcher or watch Monster, which is the better experience? I think you can't go wrong either way. I don't think one is significantly better than the other. It depends on your preference. Sorry for the cop-out, but really, Urasawa's art is so brilliant in capturing the mood of the series. But also, the voice acting and the music and the general flow of the anime is wonderful. So... I'd go with either. The facial expressions, beautiful. Okay, I think Dave can unmute. Number 6. This is Emmett Selk's actual spot. I saw the trailer for Pluto, yes. I'm very excited. My sixth favorite of all time, unmute. I don't know what to say about this boy. He is on the level with Johann, some of the characters that are upcoming. I don't think it's a spoiler to say that, like, Griffith is a character that's coming up. And he's not even your favorite 14 character. He is. Yes, he is. He's my favorite. If you guys have not played 14, He is really, and people have been asking earlier in the stream, is X really that good? And I kind of just like said like I'm not lying, he is that good. Andres doubted I love him. I think Andres is also like lowballing just so I don't want to speak for him. Correct me if I'm wrong, Andres. I think Andres might have been I think Andres might have been lowballing just in case, just so he wouldn't be disappointed maybe. I could be wrong about that. He is on a level with the likes of Griffith, the likes of Meruem, Krollo, Johan. He is that good. He is that good. He is one of those characters where you look at any action he does and there could be 3 or 4 beautiful, brilliant reasons behind why he does what he does. And I talk with Andres and he mentions a scene and like, what do you think this action meant? And I say something. I say, this is what I think. And he says, this is what I think. They could both be entirely valid because that's the depth and beauty of the character writing, it being so nuanced. That sort of character is so up my alley, and that's what he is. And he's the type of character that could only ever exist in Final Fantasy XIV, which that gives him a little bit of a notch. And he's got the you guys know me. You know, I love Gilgamesh. I love characters like Izaya. I love flamboyant characters like Hisoka for their presentation. He's got that theatrical presentation, and yet there's an amount of depth to it that I think really informs you about very deep emotional aspects of his character. And it's not just there for enjoyment. If he was just this kind of theatrical fun guy, he'd be on here. Honestly, he'd be on here for pure fun. But there is such depth to it. And then once you get to the core of his character and little things that have to that even have to do with the way he walks, and some of the songs. I said Kefka. The song associated with Kefka is the best integration of a song with a final antagonist or whatever. That still remains to be true, but some of the songs and how they apply to Emmett, the one playing right now, for instance, another song, which I'm thinking of as well, Stand Tall, there's so much integration with him. He is the conductor, I think, as how Andres described it, behind one of the best Final Fantasy stories. And that alone gives him a high spot, but all these other details I'm explaining are why he's easily top 10, and on a level with my favorite protagonist of all time, or antagonist, excuse me. Thank you, Andres. 3 minutes ago. Sorry, I ignored it as I was discussing why I love him. For gifting out 5 subs to the community. I'm assuming those go to the 14 video. AJ and Asian sympathizer. Do you remember that predictions list I made of your top 5? I do. Wait, when did the Pluto anime get announced? It was a few weeks ago. Sebastian asked my top 5 FF characters. Okay. It's totally wrong. Keep it the way it is, please. Please don't edit it. I'd love to see it. You can do a new one with this information if you want, Andres. But I'd love to see it when all is said and done. Okay, so this is not set in stone. I might list 7 or 8 if that's okay, of my favorite Final Fantasy characters. Okay, so my top 5 Final Fantasy characters, not in order, are Emmett Selk, Kefka, Ardbert, Zidane, Vivi. Actually, I think that's it. I don't think there's any ambiguity. Like, very close after that is, like, Cloud, Terra, Aerith. But yeah, I think those are my 5. Vivi higher than Cloud? Just about. Cloud would be 6th. Cloud would be 6th. No, sorry. Cloud would be 7th. Terra would be, is that how it shook out? How did the protagonist go? Oh, God. The base on that. Oh, no, I have Cloud ahead of her. Right, perfect. So yeah, Cloud would be 6th. Right behind him would be Terra in 7th. Then probably like Aerith. Vivi just ahead of Cloud, I think. Look at me, what a loser, but I don't think I fully grasped his true glory for a while. You helped me, Andres. Yeah, Cloud is 3 higher than Terra. So yeah, Cloud would be 6th, Terra 7th, Aerith 8th. Then we get into like Celis and characters like that. I haven't seen Arbor done too much so far, but I really like him. He's awesome, Trish. He's so good. Arbor, you know, Emmett I think is a better character than Arbor slightly, but Arbor is one who I think appeals to me just through the way he's written in a very unique way. But Emmett's unique too, so forget what I'm saying. I'm waffling. Cecil is an honorable mention in protagonist, so he's quite a bit down. Okay, yeah, I see you guys doing some top 5 predictions. We'll see. Steiner where? Steiner wouldn't be like in my top 10 Final Fantasy characters overall, but he's one of my favorite Final Fantasy IX characters. He's like, I think my 4th favorite Final Fantasy IX character. Arbor was the guy I was thinking would go above him. He was above him for a little bit. Any plans to read or play Fate Grand Order? No, sorry. Okay. Let's continue. Into the top 5? Oh, wait. 1 second. Okay. Number 5. We'll do another bet. Don't worry, I haven't forgotten. It's not now, though. Beatrice Umineko no Naku Koro ni. Moria's still alive. My favorite character of all time, no joke. Oh, I think Beatrice is well worth being anyone's favorite character of all time, and she's 5th. So, but like it's so close that she's in the conversation for mine. We're talking about that top 20 peak fiction, whatever. Like top 20, she's in mine. She's in mine. I forget she's an antagonist. It's very, depending on who you ask, Tyke. Some might. I totally see why some don't consider her one, and it was hit or miss. It was touch and go for me putting her here, but I just wanted to include her because she'd be so high. Let me know if Umineko versus Fata is Hydrogen Bomb versus Coughing Baby. Tyke, that is foreign to me. What are you asking? What does that mean? I'm so sorry. I have no clue what that means. What is that? Have you not seen that before? No, I don't know what that is. I'm a boomer. Yeah, what is it? What is the meme I missed out on? Someone please link me on whatever it is. Flirting versus harassment. Okay. AJ only uses Facebook for memes. I thought you saw that meme. I might have. I just might not know it by name. I'll send it? Okay, please do. Oh, okay. It's saying there's such a huge gap between the two that they can't be compared. Not quite. But there's definitely daylight between them. That must be so funny seeing it for the first time at a contest. I've never seen that before. A hydrogen bomb and a coughing baby? Yo, what? Check DMs? Okay. I see. I see. Okay. 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 Wow. Oh my god. That is... How have I not seen this before? I actually haven't seen this before. I thought I had and just didn't know by name. I haven't seen this. Wow. So to answer the question, no, Fata is not worthless compared to Umineko. I definitely have an idea of... It's pretty easy for me to say which one's better, but I wouldn't say it's to that extent. The OG Trigun is like Coughing Baby and Stampede is the hydrogen bomb. Oh, man. Thank you, Tyke. That was beautiful. Beatrice, excuse me. A lot of the things I said about Emmett applied to her too. You know, those characters, one action could mean 3 or 4 things. She is essential to what all that Umineko is. She is the identity of Umineko. The writing it strikes that similar balance with Johan. With every bit of her writing is like a... Sorry about the lighting. Hold on, let me close the window for a sec. Okay. Every bit of writing is like a puzzle piece for the plot and the mystery, but also is so tied to the type of to the person she is, to the character she is, and it's so interesting to try to figure that out. And I conflate her design, her character design, writing design specifically, to my journey through Umineko. Like, if you figure out Beatrice, you figure out Umineko, and that is so enticing as well. Yeah, the waiting screen. Let me show it off again. Yeah, and what Selleck says is very true. Oh, sorry, Trish. I am spoiling that I like Hunter x Hunter. What Selleck says is absolutely true. I don't think it's possible to ever understand Beatrice because of how many dynamics she's involved in and how much content goes into making up who she is. I agree. I don't think it's possible to fully understand Beatrice. And I love that. We can try our best. What is it that Kaji says in Eva? Two humans can never truly 100% understand each other, but the beauty is in trying anyway. That's what I love about Beatrice. One of the things, one of the many. I prefer Morgana, but Beatrice is incredible. Understandable. Jing looks like Hisoka with that. What if I'm stupid, AJ? Will I get Umineko? Well, that's a hypothetical that doesn't exist because you're not stupid. So you'll get it. Who made this? I don't know their exact name. I think their name was Christian. I would have to look up the emails for which I commissioned them and talk to them to give you the full name. Christian something. They're a great pixel artist. I found them on Twitter. None of us humans can live on our own, and yet we have no way of peeking into the hearts of others. That's why every meeting between people is a mystery of the heart. Finding those, reasoning about them, and understanding each other is the key to interactions between people and hearts. The two of us are here all alone talking about mysteries, and through that, we are searching out each other's hearts. Speaking of the heart's mysteries. And she's fun! The duality of man. Me reading out Sebastian's extremely deep and profound quote to, and she's fun. She's genuinely very fun. She made me weep like a baby. Yeah, I mean, you probably know which scene I'm thinking about. Battler made me weep like a baby as well. She did too. Also, this song. God, this song. How can a song that's so... Alright, Joe Yabuki, I'll take a look. How can a song that's so serene give you PTSD? How is it possible? I hope so too, JTD. Could be like 20 scenes. That's the beauty of it. Is the stream going to be saved? Yes. People who like Beatrice, millions of paragraphs. Also, people who like Beatrice, she's fun. They're both valid. They're both valid. Hope. Oh, thanks for being born in Hope. Here. This one gets to me a lot. Let me bring up Hope. By muting stream. We'll just hear it for 30 seconds or so. So I think you guys know the last 4 characters here. The order, though. What is the order? Meruem, Griffith, Poof, and Tonpa. True. Now that Beatrice is top 5, I'm expecting the true instigator of the plot, Natsuhi, to be top 1. In all seriousness, Natsuhi's an amazing character. I adore Natsuhi. Okay. So next, number 4. Wait, actually... Yeah. Okay, the bet is between 2 and 3. I was thinking about the bet. I wasn't rethinking the order. Don't worry. I wasn't reconsidering the list. I was thinking about the bet. Selix, Discolor's one of the best songs. That song is distilled Natsuhi pain and tragedy and sympathy. Okay, so number 4. Hold on. Hold on. Oh, damn it. No! I'm looking for a very specific song. Hold on. Hold on. We gotta pause the stream to find it. My beautiful, beautiful butterfly man. Shiapoof, number 4. I adore everything about him. And it pains me that he's not number 1. That's how close all this is. But, this is how it happened. What do you even say about Poof? I knew you hated him. That's a good one. His dynamic with Meruem is one of the best in the series. Clearly a GOAT antagonist, one of the best, one of the absolute best. His dynamic with Meruem is actually, like, what JTD says is true. You think of Gon Killua, you think of Meruem Komugi, if you're thinking of Chimera Ant, Netsuno Meruem, even Kurapika, Crollo, if you want to be abstract, the main 4. The Phantom Troop dynamic. But Poof Meruem is genuinely one of the absolute best. Oh yeah, chat. I don't know why you guys are spoiling Bleach or Naruto, but please don't. Beatrice into Poof making my heart very heavy. I feel so much for all these characters, but those two specifically. And Poof is the most tragic character in Hunter x Hunter. Not that I want to power scale tragedy or suffering, but start to end, considering his end, considering how he dies. That is just, he dies unfulfilled, learning that he was just never, ever good enough, despite his identity being tied to being good enough in that way. He never had a chance. His fulfillment in life, his identity, was tied to the idea that Meruem would never become human, and Meruem was always going to become human. Sarah, we should just redo the Hunter x Hunter streams. We really should. Poof, I fear, is the most Shakespearean character ever. He's very tragically Greek. Or Greekly tragic? No, he's very Greekly tragic. That's what I meant to say. No offense to any Greek people, that's not what I meant. That isn't what I meant at all. Oh no, oh no. I'm sorry for any Greeks. It's a trait that is reflected in his demeanor, his descent into madness due to self-preservation and his ending. He had this tragic flaw. Completely Shakespearean. He had a flaw in his programming that never allowed him to ever survive past that point, really. So true, AJ. It's so tragic that he's Greek. Oh, man. Now you hate... Oh, no. Stop. No. Thank you, YouTube ads. Anyway. Just like Oscalot, I guess. I think he has the most... I think he has the saddest ending. If you compare it with... Well... Because if you compare Poof's ending, how things end with him, you could argue for fulfillment for any of the other royal guards. And Meruem ended in the arms of the one he loves. Pito, even though they had a horrific end, they died happy that they could fulfill their purpose. And Yuppie, you could say, is very tragic as well, because he just, he doesn't really have any sense of fulfillment there. But Poof, in particular, failed in his eyes in every possible way. Yes, Noka, yes. Number one is obviously Joan Garadeb, obviously. Yuppie very Greek. Yuppie very Greek. Now, the last bet of the day. Number two, and number 3. Okay? Yeah, that's what I've always thought, Sarah. They all got fulfilled somehow except Poof. Yeah, and Yuppie made that connection with Knuckle in them, right? When you were making this list and placed Emmett in this position, did his position surprise me? It did. It did. And then I had to go back and go like, wait, is that real? Is that true? And then I sat on it for like 2 or 3 weeks and I went, yeah, that's right. It's right. It's perfect. Mintide? Is that CJ? Okay. So the next poll is between these two. Return of recency bias, AJ. This one's easy? All right. Let's see. Prediction. We'll give you guys 2 minutes for this one. Where's Moria? AJ, what? What? I can have it back? Thank you, Safa. Will this VOD be saved? Yes. Anything that doesn't have anime footage is saved. Damn, Meruem's both 1 and 2? That's how much I love him. Wait, what? What am I waiting for? I voted for the wrong one. Okay. Okay, I just saw 2 people say that they voted for the wrong one. You want me to give you your points back and do it again? I think I can do that. No, let the mistakes be mistakes? Okay. Alright, alright. Skill issue. I can't find the poll. It's either banned in your country or above the top of the chat box. I was a little surprised as well, Sarah. I think it's cool. I think the shifts are very cool. It's really interesting. If we're doing them in... Honestly, the top 6 is all in its own tier, if we're separating it. The top 6 is nearly... Maybe Emmett a tiny bit below, but even still, I'd like to keep him. I'd like to have him in there. Very fluid. Only had $9.50 to spend because of my exorbitant lifestyle. Hope to see some gains. I hope so too. You can still vote even if it's banned in your country. You just can't bet points. Oh, I see. Okay, that's still fun. At least you can still vote. Hunter x Hunter better still be #1 on the fiction list, or else. What if Haikyuu is? Would I be wrong? Okay. The answer. Well, let's see how the balance is. 63% say Chrollo's #3, and 37% say Meruem is #3. The answer. That's how it be. That's how it be. I'm both happy and sad. It's so conflict. I'm sorry. The new chapters did work. The new chapters did work. Even before those chapters... I didn't know AJ hated Meruem. Even before those chapters, it was very touch and go between Chrollo and Meruem. They were still very, very close. 3 times I bet the under and loses. The 1 time I bet in the over, I lose. This is... I've been scamming you all. Of course you'd have Chrollo above. You basically wrote his character. I did. I am to Togashi as Togashi is to Kuroko no Basuke's writer. That was sarcasm. That was sarcasm. Time to throw out your Meruem plush. The recent chapters killed it. They were already absolutely very, very close, and Meruem edged it out. And now, with those ones, the amount of weight and depth added to Chrollo's character and the imagination it inspires and the hypotheticals that it could lead to with his character. The theory crafting that's inspired there, he's so interestingly structured and composed and presented. The writing behind his character is unlike anything I've seen out there. I did this in front of my plushie. I'm so sorry. You're my #3. I'm so sorry. Thought you should know Trish hating on Chrollo. Oh no. Oh no. Steve Carella #2, only in 99. I have a Chrollo plushie. Do you want it? Yes. Yeah, it's a shame. I did accidentally for 2 seconds leak my list. So I knew, given what Sarah said in response to it, I knew that she saw it. Guys, again, when we're and I know no one's saying this right now, but I just want to clarify. We're talking about a collection of characters who quite literally changed my life in hugely significant ways, and when it comes down to ordering them, it's just literally okay, fine, this one. There's no thought put behind it. I couldn't really tell you why Chrollo's ahead of Meruem or why Meruem's ahead of Poof. I don't know. It's just a feeling. So none of these are knocks on any of them. I think they're more or less as well written as one another. This is just how it came out. This list could change tomorrow, that's what you're saying? That's not what I'm saying, no. But what I'm saying is that this isn't an indication of me thinking that any of them are better than the other when it comes to this point of the list. I think Beatrice was top 4? Yes. Crollo was 5th. He went up 3. This year it's all characters I know. I think Beatrice was top... Yes, exactly. If Crollo's your number 2, I think you need to consume more media. All right, Dio. Where are you at? It's been a long time since I've timed someone out. You've been consistently rude. So. More of that and only a timeout, yeah. Any more of that, you're banned. It's just rude. It's just very rude. And just to say, a one-off comment like that is fine. Like, fine as in, like, it's not a huge deal. But you've been consistently rude, so... more of that and you'll get banned. They just said if Crollo's your second favorite, then you need to consume more fiction. Read a couple thousand more books before you can make a list about your own opinions, buddy. Post-Succession War Crollo number 1. That's what I'm saying. I honestly think that Crollo could be my favorite character in Hunter x Hunter. I guess it's a spoiler that he's not right now. But I think when the Succession War's finished, looking at the trajectory of his character, we need more clips of you talking to the Meruem plushie. I think when all is said and done in the Succession War, I think he actually will be my favorite. Does Griffith being top 1 have anything to do with the recent chapters? No, actually. I think it has more to do with my reread of Berserk than the recent chapters. If you considered Kageyama an antagonist, where would he be? So, at minimum 7th. At minimum 7th. So Zenon, I can't do that because that would spoil my video. So I can't answer yours. Diego Lucio asks, Guts or Griffith? I've been saying Guts for ages. Since Miura's death, and I still think it might be Guts, but I don't know. I have to cross compare between lists, but let me say tentative Guts. Crollo stocks went crazy last batch. I like being a bit of a hater when it comes to him, but he's one of my favorites in my fictional favorite story. Seeing him jump even higher above Meruem is great. I did hope he'll above him for me, but who knows with what he's cooking in his conclusion. Yeah, Crollo, it does have to be said that Crollo's writing design, is something that applies so distinctly to me. Hunter x Hunter antagonist cast is so clear. Can you believe that Periston is like the 5th best antagonist? Can you believe that? That's crazy. Well, in my opinion, at least. But like, can you believe there are a handful of characters ahead of Periston? A win for the Crollo lovers. Ava or Rosa? Ava for me, Nora. And then someone asked, top 5 any manga characters with blonde hair? I guess Beatrice counts. I guess, is Poof a blonde? Poof's a blonde. Blonde hair. Yeah, that's been asked to me before, but no worries, Crazy Logan. No, I don't. I don't plan to do that. Blonde hair. I'm thinking of people like Farnese, Kurapika, but I don't know if they're top 5. Who am I missing that has blonde hair? How much of post-Golden Age Griffith is involved in his placement? Quite a bit.
Chaos.
Quite a bit. Who's your favorite Hunter x Hunter character? Once again, I'm going to be doing a video about that, so I can't tell you. I'm going to be ranking all my favorite characters. My goodness, hold on. Let me acknowledge that in a second. Hold on with the redeems. Hold on. Are you planning a video on Levi? That's a donation goal. Either a Levi or Aaron video. That's a donation goal. Johan Blonde. True. Okay, there we go. That's 3 for sure. Gilgamesh, Kurapika, Johan. Okay, Kurapika, Gilgamesh or Farnese. Probably Gilgamesh. Oh, Ervin. I like Ervin more than Gilgamesh slightly. That would be... there we go. That's a 5. That's a 5. Pariston, honorable mention. Farnese, honorable mention. Gilgamesh. Oh, God. Chaos. Thank you. Thank you so much, Sarah, for gifting out 10 subs, even when I betrayed you with my rankings. Thank you so much. And let's just... well, we got to add the number 1 to the list just to make it to formalize it. But thank you so much for... You've been going off with the gift subs the past... well, forever, actually. So... never mind what I was about to say. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Sarah. I hope you've enjoyed the Antagonist streams as well, even if there wasn't as, I guess, gratifying jumps as there was from Gone from 16 to 2. I still hope you enjoyed, and you said you did, so that's lovely to see. Thank you so much, and thank you for the 10 bomb. If you got one, please enjoy. Say thank you if you could. And thank you, Rose, for gifting a 5 bomb. Thank you so much, Rose. I hope you enjoyed. Thank you for gifting 5 to the community. Again, if you got one from Rose, please, and you're here, please say thank you. Enjoy your emotes, badges, lack of ads. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, both of you. Thank you, Sarah, for the 10. Thank you, Rose, for the... Thank you, Rose, for the 5. Soul Samurai objects to the list, as everyone does. Okay, we're getting a bunch of redeems. Hold on. So I answered the Levi one. Top 5 Song of Ice and Fire moments. Oh god. Okay, hold on. Let me get back to that later. Thank you, Soul Samurai, for the 1,000 bits. Thank you very much. That's a hell of a lot of bits. I really appreciate it. Hope you enjoyed. I'm glad you liked the list. And thank you for constantly supporting. Thank you very much, Soul Samurai. I really appreciate it. Say one nice thing about Euron Greyjoy. I think he shows a side to the Greyjoy culture that had been talked about but not personified really strongly until we properly got his point of view. So I think he's really essential for that, and just his personality is so enticing and engaging and kind of addicting. You just want more of him when you get a bit of his personality. Tyke asks, what video are you most proud of? I think at this point it would be either the Harry Potter video or the Final Fantasy VII remake video, or Poof. But there are a bunch that are kind of ones that I think are my best work, like 8 to 10 of them. Harry Potter video was my introduction to your channel, as it was for quite a few people. That's awesome. The Poof video did a lot to sway the community opinion in a good direction. I'm glad about that. He is far less underrated than he used to be. So that's cool. And of course, that's not all down to the video. It's lots of other factors as well, but I do think that it helped, like people tell me, it helped open their eyes to his character, so I'm really proud of that. And then top 5 A Song of Ice and Fire moments, holy shit. Oh, that's awesome, Offie. I'm glad. I wish, and never mind, actually. I wonder, do you know which of those movies you like the best, judging by what I said about them? That's an interesting thought experiment. A monster video was my introduction. Cool. I've made 2 good monster videos, I think. The other 3 are... one of them's kind of like... one of them's pretty mid. The other two are fine. I've watched, sorry, how do you feel Crowlow's obsession with Fate factor into him considering new content? Emmett at 6? Yep. I will, Ron, and I think the closest thing to it will be the 14 video. Yeah, the Grimmer video is the second good one, I think. Diego. What anime are you gonna be reacting to? In terms of the streams, I'm just gonna be continuing Vinland. So Fate factoring into the future of Crollo. I think ultimately by the end, a very definitive statement's gonna be made. Like, I think either... Oh, cool. That's awesome, Offie. He's a Hunter x Hunter character. I think either Crollo is going to dismiss the idea of Fate right at the very end, Andres, or he's ultimately going to consider, like, his ideas are going to be reinforced. I was always a slave to it. In one way or another. I think some very definitive ideas are going to come about. But I don't know. I haven't really thought about it, how it would integrate in terms of his journey. Because it's gotten him this far, and he's dwelt upon it in those little lines with Hisoka. Maybe, because, okay, here's one. The idea of Fate tied to Crollo, coalesce that with the fact that it seems like the Phantom Troop are destined to be taken apart. Will he continue to, like, the desperation from which, obviously he's going to try to fight against that, but the desperation and attitude from which he's going to look at that, how is that going to play out? I think that'll indicate a lot about where he is with regards to his relationship with Fate at this point. Because I think things may have shifted after the Hisoka fight. Mine was Gon's Morality, the Hisoka one. Cool. The Aomine video, that's awesome. Also, welcome in Extended Impact, first time chat. The Kyoso Giga video? I don't think I made a video about Kyoso Giga. So you're confusing me with someone else. I wish I had. I did? I did? Link me it. I made a video on Kyoso Giga? I did? Holy shit, I don't even remember. Oh my god. I made so many videos, I forgot one. I did? Oh yeah, I did! I remember it, I remember it. Oh my god, I forgot my own video. Holy shit, I am such a boomer. Holy shit, I'm so old. Yeah.
I'm Jennifer Walters. I'm a lawyer who happens to be Hulk.
I can't believe it. I'm so sorry for saying, like, oh, that actually wasn't me. You're confusing me with someone. I'm so sorry. You know me better than I do. Oh, yeah. Xenoblade music. In the middle of an existential crisis. Oh, that was my music. Never mind. Or anything. And I don't think this is a very personal one. I really forgot my own video. Holy shit. Oh, nice. Xenoblade music. Kyoso Giga is amazing. Gotta be so surreal watching videos you don't remember making. No, I remember making it now. But, like, just off the top of my head, I'm just like, no, I think that you must be confusing me with someone else. I really did make it. Like, now that I see the video, I definitely remember it. Yeah, that video came out before Xenoblade 3, but the music that was playing was from Xenoblade 2. I'm never gonna live this down. The biggest AJ Clown moment is forgetting your own video. Anyway, let's top off the list. Who could it be? Is that... Am I even spelling it right? There we go. Genthru. Genthru's good. Twitchmon Meru Hisu is honestly top 1 antagonist. The video is honestly what got me into Kyoso Giga. I remember going through your channel for anime recommendations and saw the one pop up. I watched the show and then your video, love both. That's awesome, Dave. If that video got at least a few people into the series, which it looks like it did, that's wonderful. Who? I don't know, Barely Damon. How many of these antagonists would make your top 5 characters list? I don't know. Like I said, I don't have a list. I don't have a top characters list. Anyways, so now that we've done this, I think I can reveal the full thing, and I think I can link it. Boom. Perfect. Let me just fix this up. Banger music, Monday Crew. Okay. Oh, and what's the date? March 8th, 2023. Really, JTD? That was the reason you... Oh, you rewatched it. Okay, cool. Yes, and sorry, thank you, Nora. The song is Partners, The Game is Afoot from Great Ace Attorney. Genthru is not in my top 100, no. Yeah, we got the arrow there. I just had to write it in. Andres, was this a W? Sorry, and I still have to say my top 5 A Song of Ice and Fire moments. Well, I'll get to it, I promise. Let me just link this. Let me add this into the command. Top 100 fictional antagonist. That should be good. Okay, let's see if it works. Oh, no, I did a little mistake, a little oopsie. There we go. And you guys all have access, right? Yeah, looks like it. Tag yourself on the snake. Okay. Add it on your Mal account? I'll do that at the end, AJ. Can't wait for One Piece as your top 1 fiction? Yes, we're done 2 out of 3 lists, guys. Next week on Wednesday, we'll be starting the top 100 fiction, the biggest one. Yeah, I will link it to my Mal when I'm done all 3. Okay, my top 100, sorry, my top 5 Song of Ice and Fire moments. God, it's very hard. It's very hard. I might think... Oh, whoops, yeah, let me fix that. There. Yeah, I was thinking Tyrion Trial. I was thinking the Viper versus the Mountain. I was also thinking... Oh my gosh, Arya moments. Oh gosh, you guys are making me really think. Okay. See ya, Santi. Okay. Yeah, Red Wedding, I think, would be there. Battle of Blackwater, maybe? And I'm trying to think of a moment in Dance with Dragons, which I think might be on it. Okay, let's just list 5 that would be on it. Bathtub scene, there we go, that's another. And I need one more. The bathtub scene being Jamie and Brienne. The execution, how about? What's the command for the old top 100? Old top 100. This one. The link for the protagonist doesn't work? Oh. Oh. Oh, no, it should. Hold on, let me try it again. Yep, it works. Is the fiction list going to be the most notable when you take the new changes into account? There are a lot of changes in the fiction one. Those are the fiction one had, I think, I don't know, they all had significant changes, but I don't know if it's going to be the most notable. It's the most interesting to me, but I don't know if it'll be the most interesting for you guys. I used to just hope for Emmett to be above Makima. Oh my god. Oh man. Okay, so I have 2 more redeems to do. Oh no, I have 3. One nice thing about Cyrus from Pokemon Platinum, the way he integrates with the main theme of the game, connecting with, I forget his name, but the 8th gym leader in the way that I talked about in my video. Cyrus is actually low-key, very subtly, very nuanced, in a nuanced way, essential to the themes of Pokemon Platinum, the Sinnoh games in general. The integration is unreal with Cyrus. Top 5 Umineko characters. The music's killing, as it should, Nora. Volkner, sorry. Top 5 Umineko characters: Battler, Beatrice, Ava, Angie, Willard. Either Willard or Bernkastel or Rosa. Any of those 3 could be number 5. Say one nice thing about the Game of Thrones final season. It looked nice. There's some nice shots. And then 5 Arya moments. Your list has younger Toguro twice, does it? Oh, my bad. Thank you. That was a leftover from last year. Yeah, me too, Tyke. You can make a satisfying list. Okay, Arya. Do you think the top 100 fiction will last 2 or 3 streams because it's such a big one? It could last 3 streams, but I would bet on 2. But 3 is a possibility. Oh god, it's so hard. Top 5 Arya moments. Because I don't think of Arya as a moments character. I think she's consistently good, and her arcs and her progression's interesting, and... Okay, but for a moment... Okay, this is a weird one. What if the world ends before you do it? Then we're shit out of luck, aren't we? Her goodbye to Jon. Arya's goodbye to Jon Snow. Sticking with the pointy end, the hug. That's honestly one of my favorite Arya moments. In the show specifically, her talk with Tywin. Please keep the Great Ace Attorney tunes. Okay, hold on. Okay, it'll come after this one. Let's do this one. So that's 2. I think her deciding to leave for Bravos was a huge character moment. Hey, Bellatrix, how's it going? 2 more. And then, I guess for pure sadness reasons, her inability... I don't know about that, actually. Oh, her talking about... Yeah, true. Talking about what the needle represents. There we go, that's 4. And yeah, me too, Tyke, but the thing is I can't pick out one. It's hard to pick out one. Do you rank Ennie's Lobby of One Piece over York New and Hunter x Hunter? No, definitely not. Still, you guys know how much I like it, but no chance. Is there gold in the village? Yeah, okay, so let's just say all the stuff with, her adventures with Sandor are great. You could pick, like, any collection of moments from those parts. I love, but it's hard for me to stick out a moment. And then top 5 live-action shows you want to watch. That I haven't watched already? Oh boy. I guess The Wire. I've only watched, like, 8 episodes of that. I need to continue it. What do you feel about the hate Chimera Antark gets? I don't really. After years of it, it kind of just... you're kind of you're kind of numb to it. They're wrong, in my opinion. But that's just how it is sometimes. I don't know. I can't think of any other live-action shows I want to watch. What's coming out? What should I watch? This one's such a banger, Nora. One Piece. There you go. Okay, I'll check out the One Piece. I'll check out the One Piece adaptation. Barry. Cool. There's one. We can put that there. Buffy. I've seen Gotham, Mintide. I've seen it. I said The Wire. Severance? Never heard of it. I can look into it. Dark? I tried Dark. Wasn't really my thing. I've watched The Office. I've never heard of Severance. I'll look into it. And then one more... Chernobyl. Yeah, that's a good call. I've heard of Deadwood, yes. I've been wanting to watch Chernobyl for years. You need to watch... Yeah, I will, Sarah. I will. The first episode was good. Twin Peaks interest? Not a ton. One nice thing about Jing. He's the closest thing to a personification and embodiment of Hunter x Hunter's themes. He is the reason why we can apply the detours concept to the whole story. Which makes him, by default, one of the most important. And he's one of the most human, regardless. Like, you look at Jing, you look at his attitudes towards Gon and how cowardly he is. He's such a human. He's such a guy. Isn't Jing still a terrible father? Yeah. Yeah. Jing's impact. Jing's a terrible father, but the thing is, Jing forfeited his role as father. He dismissed the role of father. He let it go. So if you're looking at him as a father, he's a horrible one, but he stopped being one. He's just a guy. And him just being a guy is what helps Gon to really find realization and gratification in the idea of detours and stop being desperate enough to have to get to that next point, you know? Maybe Jing would be a worse father if he decided to actually keep Gon with him. I would say so. Jing would be worse if he kept Gon with him. While subjecting him to those horrors. What manga do you own other than Berserk and Haikyuu? Blue Period is right there. Right there. Umineko's right there. The Monogatari light novels are behind there. Hunter x Hunter, Attack on Titan, Haikyuu, Berserk. The Zelda manga. Vagabond's hiding in the back. Vagabond's hiding in the back. We got some Pokemon manga. Oh, the election arc is amazing, Blacksmith. Was Jing really that thoroughly thoughtful that he could guarantee that Gon would survive even though he knew what path Gon would follow? No. Is episode 8 of Umineko better in the manga like some people say? I don't agree with that, but I think the manga makes the overall story better. Is that a Mad Men book in the bottom right? Yes. It is. It's an episode by episode like analysis. Where did you get the Umineko manga? Amazon. Do you have an Angie mouse pad? I sort of remember seeing that. Yep. God. Okay, if you guys are in the Discord, I'll take a picture and send it to you. I'll put it in general. Because I can't really show it on camera. But if you're in the Discord, I'm going to toss this in general. Watch Mushoku Tensei before the top 100 fiction stream? I'm sorry. Or I'll put it in the visual novel section, actually. For those curious. You had a rant about Brunkastel? Did you really? I scrolled past it. Oh, wow. Whoa! God damn, Sebastian. Holy shit. Yeah, I've got the Gengar thing and the Pokeball on top of it, but this is one of my prized possessions. Do you have any hope for the Winds of Winter coming out? Yeah, it'll come out. It'll come out. I want my room to be full of anime merch in the future. I'm really happy with how it's come together. Like, I could have more, and I still want to have more video game and anime stuff, but I'm happy with how it's coming together. Like, the Hisoka, the Gurren Lagann, the Pokemon Pallet Town stuff here. You can't see it, but Final Fantasy XIV books. The bookshelf in general. The stuff here. Curious if there are book series like Game of Thrones that you plan on reading ever? What is that one? Malazan? That one that everyone loves. Everyone adores that. Andres, I need a alpha plushie. Okay, Sarah. Thank you so much for the support, for the subs as well, for the gift subs, and for the, for watching as always. Thank you so much, Sarah. I'm glad you enjoyed. And, yeah, One Piece Sunday? Monday Disco Elysium? I'm not saying this for Sarah, by the way. Wednesday we'll be starting the top 100 fiction. There's never enough. Do not get into Pokemon cards if you've... Look at, check me out, Moz. The classic Alakazam, just have it on my desk for some reason. Malazan, I might be kind of interested in that. Yeah, Disco Elysium's Monday. I've had this since I was like 8. Yeah, I'm not going to get into Pokemon cards, don't worry. One Piece Friday on break this week? Yeah, there's no One Piece Friday. There's just going to be a stream on Sunday. I feel like Malazan's right up your alley. I've heard. So that's one that's on my radar. Thank you, Tyke. Are you interested in Kubera? I heard it's really good, but I can't say I'm too interested. Will you get it graded? What does it mean to get it graded? No, I didn't, Dave. Monday hype. I'm so glad my schedule allows for me to be there most of the stream. Me too, Go Cope. I'm so interested, Go. I'm so excited. Awesome, Nora. Basically, you send it and they check the quality. I see. Rate the character dynamic between Illumi and Hisoka. Strong S. It feels fraudulent to give it double S. because there isn't a ton of, there isn't like super complex substance there, but they're so much fun. Centering and shit. Like, I hope mine's okay. I hope mine's okay. I kind of hope the top 100 fiction lasts 3 streams so we can end them on my birthday. Oh, is your birthday 3 weeks today? That would be cool. We'll see. I'm not gonna rush it. We'll see how it naturally plays out. Did you see the bread scene from Mushoku Tensei? Ahmed, I've seen nothing from Mushoku Tensei. I'm sorry. I haven't seen anything. I don't know anything about it. I'm really sorry to disappoint you, but I don't know anything. I know it has controversial elements, and some people don't like it and think it's problematic. That's about it. Needed to last 3 streams so we can hit 5.3. Ah, you're thinking strategically. I do not see it. The Disco Elysium VODs will be up for a long time. Yeah, they'll be there for as long as possible. Ahmed, I promise one day I will watch the first episode. I promise. VODs are up for 60 days unless I categorize them into collections, then they're up forever. I still think you'd really enjoy it. I'm going to give it a chance, for sure. For sure. Were you able to make a decision about which one you would prefer between Marley and Golden Age? Golden Age. But Marley has a far higher floor. A far higher floor. No, please don't. Yeah, definitely don't expect that to be an episode watched, Antagonist. It just means I'll add it. You'd never fail me. I was expecting Marley. I was thinking about it. Marley is a masterpiece. Marley is one of my favorite arcs ever, but so is Golden Age. Okay, guys, I think we'll leave it off there. Marley or War for Parody? War for Parody. Thank you guys so much for hanging out. Really appreciate it. Where does Marley arc end? At the end of Assassin's Bullet. Can we talk about Emmett more? If you mean outside of the stream, for sure. Yeah, this is 4.5 hours. God, that was a long list stream, but I thoroughly enjoyed it. I hope you guys did too. And yes, Sultan, you can check my backlog if you're interested in knowing what I played. But yes, I played Last of Us. Thank you guys so much for hanging out. Thank you very much. That is bizarre. My raid function isn't working. We're going to raid Nixie, who is playing Persona 5 Royal for the first time. Thank you guys so much for coming out, and I hope you have a great rest of your week. Like I said, the rest of the schedule is Sunday, Vinland Saga, or just One Piece Sunday, Monday, Disco Elysium, and a week today we'll be starting the Top 100 Fiction, and we'll go from there. Thank you guys so much again.